Yep, 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yep, yep, yep. A very good morning to those of you tuning in here to the Banks Homes Riverside, and for day 4 of Durham versus Northamptonshire here in the County Championship. Northamptonshire resuming in their second innings on 200 for 6 on a final day where for Durham their mission for this morning session is going to be simple. Pick up the first 4 wickets for Northamptonshire and bat through what is currently a 245 run deficit. Wickets falling aplenty throughout yesterday. And Matthew Potts, who looks like is going to take the ball to kick things off this morning from the Finkel end, is going to have a very big job on his hands. You're with myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, for the day. And George Gompertz, very good morning to you.
Morning, Ben. Yeah, it was a really good day of cricket yesterday. I'm looking forward to today, especially the first hour is absolutely pivotal. Durham will need a couple of quick wickets if they want to keep this total around the 300 mark, which they'll feel they can chase down. Northamptonshire, from a position over the course of days 1 and 2 when they thought it's their game to win, and now in a position where they're trying not to lose it. So Durham will feel they're slightly on top here. And Matthew Potts was absolutely phenomenal with the new ball yesterday, and he's going to start today's proceedings from the Finkel end.
Starts out with a little tempter outside the off stump. George Bartlett and Justin Broad are the 2 Northamptonshire men that are back at the crease this morning. Bartlett on 24, Broad on 20.
Slightly surprised to see Matt Potts open up now. I reckon he'll have a few, but the new ball is available in 10 overs, so they want him fresh for that. They maybe just delayed taking it slightly.
That one going in and finds the gap past Ben Rain. Going to race all the way through mid-off. And the first runs of the day comes from the first boundary.
And I imagine we'll see a fair bit of Callum Parkinson as well, who was expensive in the first innings, but yesterday he bowled really, really nicely and kept a lot of control from the Lumley end. Durham without Ben Stokes yesterday and today means they've got to make up 25 overs from somewhere. So the way that yesterday unfolded was a seamer rotation from the Finkel end and Callum Parkinson holding down the Lumley end.
Yeah, Ben Stokes, of course, being recalled by the ECB along with Gus Atkinson, causing a little bit of chaos for the respective counties. You speak on Callum Parkinson there. He had a really, really great spell at the start of his second spell. A run of 19 dot balls in a row, which culminated in that 4th over of a wicket. Bit of tail in, and it's popped up and caught. Well, the first wicket of the day comes in the first over of the day. George Bartlett just popping one up to Graham Clark, who takes a very easy catch, settling under it at backward point. And that's exactly the first 90 seconds that you would have hoped for if you were Durham.
Yeah, 11:01 on the clock, and Durham already have the breakthrough. Matt Potts was absolutely phenomenal yesterday morning. Well, yesterday afternoon, and he's started really well today. And I was just going to say, before that previous delivery, that's the 4th delivery of the over. The 3rd delivery really zipped off the surface with some really good carry, and it was exactly the same there. And it's bounced more than Bartlett expected, taken the shoulder of the bat and just ballooned up to Graham Clark. So Potts getting this ball, which is into its 70th over, to zip off the surface. It's a good surface, it's a hard pitch. But even still, he's zipping it down at quite the lick, and that extra bounce causing too many problems for George Bartlett. And Durham now just into the tail. Although Liam Guthrie did bat beautifully in the first innings. came down with some lower order runs, which were really annoying for the Durham side. And they're looking even more pivotal now, the lead at 249. But he can definitely hold a bat.
Yeah, absolutely. Handy 22 from Liam Guthrie in the first innings before he was caught out by Alex Lees off the bowling of Callum Parkinson. Was the last wicket to fall in that first innings as well for Northamptonshire. Might just start to see the field get a little bit more aggressive. We'll have to switch over as well with the left-hander up onto strike.
I'm intrigued to see what's going to happen from the other end. Is it going to be Ben Rain? I imagine it might be. Or are they going to stick with the spin of Callum Parkinson? Got through 21 overs yesterday. But Potts is absolutely firing this morning.
That's his fourth wicket of this innings, so he's looking for a fifer. Guthrie off the mark, straight away running down to point.
Potts still feeling the effects in terms of international cricket of his one test in the Ashes over the winter, but he took 8 last week. He's taken 4 already in this innings. He got some 3 tail wickets in the first innings. What more can he do to impress the selectors?
Leaves that one alone. Does Broad, but it's the perfect start this morning for Durham. The partnership from overnight has been broken. Northamptonshire 205 for 7.
He bowled 28 overs in the first innings. He's just got through his 20th over in the second innings. And for an England bowling attack, which is looking quite frail at the minute, I don't know what more he can do. And it is going to be Ben Rain to back him up. All out seam attack. And Ben Rain, as we've said before in this game, whatever the context, throw him the ball and he'll make something happen.
Yeah, consistent bowler, industrious as ever, 2 for 53.
He starts exactly where he'd expect him to, maybe slightly back of a length, and Guthrie able to rock back and punch it for a single. As we alluded to earlier, Liam Guthrie, a well-made 22 in that first innings, 3 boundaries. With one, I've just watched it back here, one absolutely glorious back foot punch through the covers. Phenomenal cricket shot. And then a straight drive, those were both off Ben Stokes. It's Justin Broad on strike here, who's forward and defending.
There's got to be no better feeling for that for yourself there. Hitting some beautiful drives off of the England Test captain. I mean, late on.
The second one was a middle stump half volley, but the first one there was nothing wrong with that delivery. Maybe a touch wide, and he's just bent his back knee and leant into it. The timing's impeccable. Solid from Justin Broad. He's faced 56, 57 deliveries now. At the back end of yesterday, and he did look really quite solid, playing the ball right under his eyes. We saw a little bit yesterday of players playing the ball in front of their body. Just getting through the shot a little bit early. So far, Broad has looked impenetrable. It's a quick single, and it's a really good run. And again, that's another theme of yesterday. We saw it at the back end of the Durham innings, that partnership of 58 between Ollie Robinson and Callum Parkinson. They had periods where they didn't score as many boundaries, but in those periods they still rotated the strike. Lots of singles, lots of twos, and stealing runs as well. It's a big outfield here at the Banks Homes Riverside, and there's plenty of space to drop and run. It's driven gloriously through the covers. We said Liam Guthrie can bat. There's evidence of it. I think it's actually just pulled up short. He didn't quite get all of it. Comes back for 3. Just have a look at how wide on the crease Ben Rain's come here. He's using all of the crease to try and manipulate the angle as best as he can. And he's having to just change a little bit as he faces up against the right-hander and the left-hander. He hasn't had a spell yet where he's been able to settle into a rhythm. Let's just open the face down to third man. Callum Parkinson will chase. The ball will win. It's a good over for Northants after the wicket fell in the first. 9 from it. The lead now up to 259 for 7.
Yeah, expensive over that from Ben Rain, starting off 9 runs off of that over with a couple of really lovely shots. That last one in particular, like you say, just opening up the face, just a little guidance down through third. Intriguingly as well, for Ben Rain in that first over, Ollie Robinson was keeping up to the stumps for Broad. Was happy to stand back against Guthrie. So it'll be something to keep an eye on as to whether that develops to keeping up to the stumps to Guthrie as well. Or whether that's just for Broad. Here is Guthrie on strike now. It's tucked off the hip.
Yeah, it's something we saw yesterday when Broad came to the crease, and he hasn't tried to advance at all. It's just maybe to get in his personal space, give him something extra to think about, maybe just make him think about his technique a little bit more so he's not dragging his back foot out. But Potts obviously with that extra pace, so Robinson's going to stay back here.
Driven really nicely from Broad through the covers. Didn't quite find the gap. But he's going to get that single, get that strike rotating early this morning. After losing that wicket of George Bartlett just about 8 minutes ago.
And I don't know why, you'll have to ask Ollie Robinson why he's standing up to Broad and not Guthrie, but I imagine it's easier to do against the right-hander. Just more straight lines you're working with. With the angle coming round the wicket to the left-hander. There's just more movement purely on the angle, and we've seen a lot throughout this match, balls drifting down the leg side. And also maybe Guthrie still early in his innings more likely to catch an edge, which would obviously be more difficult to catch if you're stood up to the stumps.
Short and pulled away. Really, really nicely done there from Liam Guthrie. That is not the shot of someone who's just seen 5 deliveries. That's a really confident pull.
That is also brilliant cricketing etiquette from Will Rhodes, making sure that he doesn't stand on the covers with his spikes. Ground staff will be loving the sight of that. Good man, Will Rhodes. Spoke really nicely a couple of evenings ago with Ash on the post-match interview, talking about batting with Ben Stokes. We saw him yesterday working hard just in the little hitting net, working on the short ball and pulling it, as we saw from Liam Guthrie there. I thought he might have a look at some, but absolutely not. Leapt on the first short ball he's got, and he's absolutely hammered it well in front of square. He was on it very early.
Over the top of the last ball of the over. 6 runs off it, but Potts still looking in pretty good shape with the second new ball. 8 overs away. Northamptonshire up to 220 for 7. Very good morning to those of you that are tuning in as well. on the broadcast. A reminder, you can get in touch with myself and George either via the live chat and comment section on YouTube or the old-fashioned way with the emails streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk.
Ben Rain for his second of the day. Forward. No run to Alex Lees. It's happened a couple of times this morning. I remember Ash picking up on it yesterday as well, but Justin Broad's back foot just flamingoing a touch as he comes forward to it. It still looks pretty solid, but on the whole, it's a nice sight when your back foot's rooted. I wonder how many these two bowlers are going to get through. New ball available in 7 overs after this one's finished. But they're having plenty of success with the old ball still. But they'll want to be fresh when that new ball is available, or at least when they take it. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they have one more each and we see a bit of Parkinson and Aldridge. And Aldridge bowled really well yesterday as well. Took a good catch, having not been at his best in the corner in the first innings. It was fairly regulation off Ricardo Vasconcelos, but it came at him quickly. And Ben McKinney, having taken one in the first innings, took a really good one in the second innings. Slowly rising up around his chest, and he juggled it a touch. Matthew Potts in the covers as well, taking a great catch from Gus Miller. Flicked away for a single. And Gus Miller batted really well yesterday. Thrown in at the deep end. He wasn't even in the 13-man squad, but Luke Proctor took his leave from the game for a broken finger. Gus Miller was drafted in at late notice to open the batting against Matthew Potts and Ben Rain with a new ball, and he looked really good, very solid, and made his way to his first class half century in his 11th innings, before eventually just losing a bit of patience to Callum Parkinson and slashing one into the covers.
Yeah, serious situation for him. Gus Miller done very, very well to rise to the occasion. And that's 61.
Got 2 catching covers in here. But it's gone leg side, which is, I think, exactly where David Bedding, it was Ben McKinney who moved over, was, and they just have a little laugh with each other. And that's always the way. And as you mentioned, Ben, Ollie Robinson is going to stand up for the last delivery of this Ben Rain over, with the right-handed Justin Broad on strike. That catching cover moves out, and it's one on each side. It's driven, and a quick single to Potts marks the end of the over. It's 3 from it. And Northamptonshire net 268 for 7.
And the second new ball available in 7 overs time. And like you say, George, it's almost been a bit of a weird time for Durham to be resuming in terms of those total overs in the day and in the session. You would have maybe wanted just a couple of overs less bowled yesterday to have that sort of 2 or 3 over short, sharp spell with Potts and Rain first thing this morning, then go with Parkinson and Aldridge, and then potentially try and go back to them. Bit of width on offer, and that's pushed past Ben Rain. Not going to find all the way to the boundary rope. Rain with a sliding stop. Will come back for 2.
It's pure timing from Justin Broad. He's played it as a little handsy. It's away from his body, in front of his body, but it's just pure hand-eye and timing. He's barely hit it. He's almost just blocked it to the offside. I think we might have had a bit of moisture overnight, just judging by the tarmac when I woke up. I imagine the surface will get a little quicker throughout the day. We've seen a couple now just slow up just before the ropes. Now we see David Beddingham coming in to plug that gap.
It's coming in as that sort of short mid-on. It goes straight to McKinney. Yeah, the conditions are going to be interesting, particularly throughout the day. It's going to remain pretty gloomy and pretty overcast. So when Durham do go into bat later on today, if they get the opportunity to, and Northamptonshire don't just sort of dig their heels in with this tail and bat out for the draw. Again, driving to McKinney is broad. It's going to be quite difficult for the Durham batters to navigate those overhead conditions.
Yeah, shiny new ball under a pretty thick cloud cover. However, the surface is still good. It hasn't broken up much. It's still hard and true. We just saw the ground stuff. Just getting their final preparations, getting the Vicks deck chair out.
I was just about to mention.
It's not quite the lounging weather we had yesterday, mind. I'll tell you what, the Durham outfielders are up for this. Even with this old ball, Matthew Potts zipping it through at quite a good pace. And they won't mind this little burst with the old ball under the clouds. It's not doing a whole lot. They might just hold off on the new ball for a touch.
Drop and run. Beddingham is in there close, but fumbles.
I don't quite know, with 4 fielders in the ring on the offside, how he's managed to get a single there, but it's really good running. And even with a clean pickup, I reckon Guthrie would have been home comfortably. Maybe that's stretching the use of the term comfortably. He might have been home.
Yeah, it would have been close, that's for sure, but Broad was out of the traps pretty quickly and Guthrie was pretty respondent to the call through. You'll have to face the last ball of this over. It's slightly back of a length, but Guthrie alerts to it. So despite the first wicket falling in the first minute of the day's play, Northamptonshire have navigated the remaining 19 minutes so far. And Northamptonshire with a lead of 271.
Probably at best a half chance. I think even that is generous. And it's something Ryan Campbell was frustrated about. He said in his post-match interview on day one that Durham created so many chances but gave up so many. That's something they've definitely improved in the second innings. 3 catches have gone up, 3 catches have been taken. And as we suspected, there's a change of bowling at the Lumley end, and Callum Parkinson is coming into the attack. This is a nice opportunity for him to just have a few before the new ball, see if it's going to turn at all, and just give Broad and Guthrie something different to think about. They've seemed very comfortable with the pace on. And Broad, in fairness, seemed very comfortable with the pace off yesterday as well. Guthrie hasn't been tested against the slower bowling as of yet. Graham Clark's got the pads on ready and waiting. I imagine maybe when Guthrie comes on strike he'll stick the helmet on and go in at short leg. But for the minute he's holding off at the 45. And that's something actually worth mentioning. As he goes to sweep it, as we saw the paddle sweep a few times from Broad yesterday, which meant Alex Lees did bring in a 45. But it's the first sign of aggressive or proactive batting we've seen against Parkinson, barring Nathan McSweeney in the first innings. And even with that 45, there's no cover deep of square.
Ooh.
As he misses the sweep, but I can see the gap he's going for. If he can get it past Graham Clark, Will Rhodes is too square to cut it off. It does mean he's got to make contact with it first of all. He's missed the sweep there. And it is a premeditated shot, so he'll be glad that he missed it on line. That's absolutely beautiful through the offside. It was almost a half volley, which he's gone back to. And he's bent his back leg and leaned right into it. 4 off the over. The lead's up to 275.
Yeah, good early start though from Callum Parkinson. Just getting through and stealing these last few overs before the second new ball is going to be available. And it is indeed going to be the double change with Casey Aldridge coming into the attack from the Finkel end. And as George said, bowled pretty well yesterday. The one blemish being his second over, where he went for 13. But away from that, there's no individual over total that's over 6. It's upish and dive and caught by Ben Rain. What a catch that is. And Liam Guthrie has to go. It's a first ball strike for Casey Aldridge. And Northamptonshire 230 for 8 now.
This morning is going better than this Durham bowling lineup could have hoped for. We saw Northants on very few occasions try and play aggressively. And Liam Guthrie has just mistimed this, looking to go down the ground off a, what is, in honesty, probably a middle stump half volley. He's mistimed it. It's a great diving catch by Ben Ray, just getting there. Really athletic. Northants with the lead still at only 275 at 8 down.
Yeah, the shot itself is a little bit weird as well. It's almost kind of like a half-hearted loop up. Maybe not necessarily full commitment. But either way, Liam Guthrie goes. It's going to be Ben Sanderson that will be brought out at number 10. We mentioned that one of the biggest keys for Durham was going to be picking up all 4 of these final wickets for Northamptonshire's second innings in this morning session. We're not even half an hour through the session yet, and Durham are already halfway towards that accomplishment.
Well, we saw the 2 catching covers come in for Guthrie a couple of overs ago. And this shot he's got out to, he's played the ball really early. He's played with his hands a long way in front of his body. It's something that the Durham bowlers saw coming. Ben Rain's taken the chance fantastically.
Oh, and a wild wave there from Sanderson. A short, wide delivery. The track threw a little lower as well. Didn't quite get up.
This is what I was saying a couple of overs ago. This Northants side haven't batted significantly worse, and this Durham bowling lineup haven't bowled significantly better than in the first innings. But they've taken their chances really well. That's been the main difference.
Yorker, like it, from Casey Aldridge. And what a rebound it's been for him as well. We're saying about the amount of chances that were created on day one by the Durham bowling attack. The man with the ball in hand was at the heart and centre of it, dropping a number of catches in the slips cordon. But he's rebounded off of that really, really nicely.
Well, whilst Justin Broad is still at the other end, Northants will still think they've got a chance of pushing this lead beyond 300. And on that, Ben Sanderson, also a very capable batter, 19 not out in the first innings. Justin Broad over 1,000 first-class career runs in just 46 innings.
Ooh, play and a miss from Sanderson. A little bit of tail away late there off of the surface. And this is an incredible over from Casey Aldridge. First thing for him this morning.
Yeah, what a start. As you said, just a little bit of movement off the surface. And Ben Sanderson ended up in a position which you won't find in many cricketing textbooks.
Oh, and again, really probing there from Casey Aldridge. A wicket maiden for him. And what a way to buy yourself an extra over or two before this second new ball is taken. That's 4 overs away. And Northants, 230 for 8.
He'll have another, or maybe 2. I'm not good at working out how many overs. I think he'll have another 2.
He'll have 2.
And he'll fancy himself to get at least another wicket. He was causing Sanderson all sorts of problems, as you mentioned, Ben. There's a fair bit of movement off the after it's bounced, as it's passing the bat. And Sanderson was prodding and fishing around. You see the floodlights are on as well. And broad sweeping, and that's what he's been looking for. Just gets it past Graham Clark. It goes to the fine leg boundary. It's maybe the 3rd time he's attempted that shot. And this time it's out the screws. And he moves on to 39. And you mentioned the cloud cover and the new ball, making batting difficult when Durham do come to the crease. And the lights are only going to make it even more difficult. It is gloomy. And Parkinson gets through the gate. It's the one that didn't spin. So moves and ahs. And this Durham side are right up for this. Floats it up and it's driven down the ground. And Lees likes that for 2 reasons. One, because he's floated up, he's given it a chance to turn. And the other is because it brings Ben Sanderson onto strike. He'll face spin for the first time today. And they'll have some close company. Graham Clark sticking the lid on. And he'll go short leg. As he stuffs his box down his trousers, he's good to go. Sanderson just hanging back. Parkinson will think he's right in the game here. Aldridge will think he's in the game. Robinson. Clark. That's better. Forward from Sanderson. He's got just one more delivery to keep out. It's long on and long off, go out. And he's forward again. Parkinson fields. 5 from the over. Broad will be on strike for the next one, and the lead is 280 for 8.
Yeah, last 2 deliveries there that Ben Sanderson faced. He looked a little bit more confident, a little bit more comfortable. He hasn't done so far at the crease. Particularly Casey Aldridge asking some really, really good questions of the fresher batter. But as you've mentioned before, George, a man on strike is going to be the key to try and dislodge here for Durham. They could rattle through the bowlers in the tail. Sanderson and Conway. Broad with him down. Durham will feel like that the runs will really start to dry up as that lead slowly approaches 300. Which, if it stays under 300, I think is going to make for a really intriguing chase down this afternoon.
I think Durham are definitely going to go for it. We were talking to Scott Borthwick on day 1. He said part of the reason that Durham won the toss and chose to bowl first is because they'd be comfortable chasing last on a good batting pitch. And it looks like at the minute they're going to have a target set that is chaseable. And I'd love to see them go for it. I'd really love to see that.
Rising up and punching as Sanderson is off the mark for 1. Yeah, it's going to be obviously an interesting chase for a multitude of reasons. Only one day to do it. The overheads and the conditions feel very bowler friendly. But also, Ben Stokes, that's 95 runs in the first innings that you've got to try and make up from somewhere, much like the overs that have been lost with the ball. Forward to that one slightly was Broad.
Well, the only difference with the bat and the ball is that whilst the 25 overs of Stokes had to be made up elsewhere, the 95 runs can at least be attempted to be made up by Colin Ackerman, who is his replacement. And he's in good form. He hit 90 odd for a club game in the local leagues around here on Saturday, and he hit 100 a couple of weeks ago against the South Asian Cricket Academy. So he'll be feeling good with the bat. And I imagine he'll come in to replace Stokes at 5.
Yeah, and there's obviously quite a lot of depth throughout the active playing 11, as it were, that started off on day one. Lees, McKinney, Bedingham all certainly not making runs in the first innings, but capable of it. Last ball of the over will be the quick single from Sanderson.
And you mentioned the depth there. If this chase does go down to the wire, well, the Durham batting lineup, they do truly bat to 11. Ash had a great moment yesterday. He was absolutely beside himself when Parkinson had been out in the middle long enough that he called for drinks, then he called for a towel.
I saw that clip. I saw it. It was brilliant. Yeah, new gloves, the towel, the drink, everything.
Ben Rain at 9 is a serious option. Potts has first class half centuries. Parkinson 90 not out in the first innings. But it's with the ball here where he'll look to make the difference. Sanderson took the single on the last ball of the previous over. I guess every run counts. The lead just 284. But it does mean that he's facing this Parkinson over from the off. It's a tight field. I want to keep him on strike for all 6 deliveries. As he gets forward here.
Yeah, it's gutsy from Sanderson to retain the strike here, knowing that Durham are going to want to attack him.
He's hanging back, and now he will get off strike.
Maybe the thought process there was just try and protect Broad a little bit.
I think they'll just try and take every run they can get for the minute. Maybe when the new ball is taken and the fast bowlers are on, Stuart Broad, Justin Broad, may want to farm the strike a little more. But at the minute, I think Ben Sanderson will feel fairly comfortable against Parkinson, bowling with a ball which is almost 79 overs old. So now we'll see if Broad will try and sneak a single. Well, he won't have to sneak it because long on and long off are still out. Fine leg and deep square are out. Plenty of options. Parkinson half stops it and then manages to keep it to a dot ball. So it's 1 from the over. Sanderson on strike. It'll be the final over before the new ball is available. Whether they'll take it or not, we'll have to see, but it will be available.
It will be Casey Aldridge that will be bowling that last over before it is available. Little crowd starting to accumulate here on this overcast, but still relatively warm Monday morning. Temperature going to get up to around about low to mid-20s before the rare heat wave is going to grace us all up and down the country. Pops up, but drops just short of Potts at mid-wicket.
That's what we've seen a few times this morning. These batters just getting through the shot a little early, and let's see if they are going to bring anyone in close. They're not. I wouldn't mind just seeing and catching mid-wicket after that. We saw Guthrie playing one early and getting out to Aldridge. Up
again, and this time taken. Sanderson goes to the offside and it's taken short by Ben McKinney. And Northamptonshire lose their 9th wicket from the board. Ben Sanderson has to go for just the 3. And it's a big strike before that second new ball is available.
Well, I just said we've seen players getting through the shots early, and I wondered whether they might bring someone in closer to catch. They didn't need to, because Ben Sanderson has chipped it straight up into the covers. And catches won't come much easier to Ben McKinney. And Durham are in dreamland at the minute. And I said, as long as Justin Broad is in, Northants will feel they can push this lead beyond 300. He is still in, but wickets are falling all around him.
Yeah, that second new ball is just 4 more deliveries away as well. That's going to bring out Harry Conway.
Here he comes.
At number 11.
He's been absolutely box office in this match. Not just with bat and ball, but off the field. All his quirky mannerisms and chats with the umpires. This might be a bit of fun.
He's got the arm guard on. A couple of little leaps as he speaks to Broad. And I think that's Lewis McManus that's on for 12thers there.
He's got the rib guard on as well. A little thumbs up and he's on his way.
Love that comment from Ned. Mad as a box of frogs, this bloke.
Absolutely, but we love it. We love these characters.
Yeah, you've got to have it in the game of cricket, not just in the 4-day game, but even in the short forms. It's already a little bit exciting. Add a little bit more excitement in there.
There's definitely a bit of Labuschagne in there. There's definitely a bit of Smith in there. And the Northants lineup will be hoping that extends to the batting ability of the big man. Oh, Casey Aldridge has been on fire this morning.
Yeah, 2 wickets for just 4 runs this morning.
Hang on, he started running into bowl when Conway was still doing a variety of different hamstring stretches. Here we go, he's ready.
Look at this.
He is so ready.
Aldridge to Conway. Oh, a little back step there.
He couldn't wait to get off strike. This is absolutely brilliant entertainment.
I see what you mean about the little Smith mannerisms. He's adjusting his gloves, spin of the bat, couple of shadow bats, tap of the box, it's all of the Steve Smith ticks.
He can't help himself. It's phenomenal. And we saw yesterday, actually, or was it the day before, they all merged into one, when he played a phenomenal leave run down to third man.
That one helped down the leg side. Thinking about coming back for 2 there, but the call of no.
He played this phenomenal shot. He went to leave it, but it got more bounce than he thought it was going to, so it's just taken his bat on the way through. It's taken the middle of his bat on the way through, and it's gone down for 4. And then we saw, trying to have a look at who it was. It wasn't James Sales. Who was it? It was Justin Broad, who got out with that same shot. He went to leave it, and it dragged back onto his stumps. And Conway walked off with him the whole way until the boundary. And as Ash said, probably no doubt chewing his ear off about just how you do play the old leave down to third man.
Oh, put down. Little chip up there to Matthew Potts, who is face down on the covered up practice pitches, thinking that could have been it, and Durham could have been preparing to go in and bat.
Well, we've talked this morning about how Durham have taken their chances today. Well, in this innings, 4 outfield catches so far, and that was definitely a chance. It was hit well. It was hit hard. But he got 2 hands to it, Potts. He's put it down.
Now driven through the covers, out to the sweeper, deep on the offside for the single. And that's the last over before the second new ball is available. A lot happening, a wicket and a half chance, which potentially could have prevented this second new ball from even being needed to be taken. Durham will continue on though. Just one more wicket to find. A lead of 287 for Northants.
Well, I can confirm it's a change of bowler and it's a change of ball. Umpire Goff and Ben McKinney doing the old switcheroo. And the old one is taken off the field. But as you said, Ben, it may never have needed to be taken at all. Note down the moment. 286 to win. Or would have been 287 to win. When that catch went down, we'll see just how many runs have been dropped there. But Potts will be pretty confident he can make amends, because he'll have the new ball from the Finkel end. If it comes to that, because Ben Rain's still got an over before that. He's from the Lumley end. New cherry in hand. Full and straight, targeting the pads of Justin Broad. He moves on to 43 quietly. As all the chaos surrounds him.
Yeah, this will be a real intriguing little passage. Not necessarily in terms of the remainder of the Northamptonshire innings, but what it's going to look like for Durham when they go out to bat later on. Just see a little bit of an inclination of what a new ball is doing under these conditions on this surface.
Driven out to Colin Ackerman for a single. And anyone who was watching yesterday who may have been keeping up to date with our crowd watch, well, we had a man in front of us with his binoculars on, which is phenomenal. And we had a lady in front of us with a dog sitting on her lap. We had a gentleman just to our left who kept falling asleep. Well, the binoculars are gone, the dog is gone, but our sleeping gentleman is back.
Oh, I love it.
And he's awake. Currently reading the newspaper, which will give him a few minutes of entertainment, and then the change of innings. No doubt he'll be awake for the start of the Durham batting innings. We'll keep an eye on our friend. It's not quite the scorcher we had yesterday. A lovely Father's Day Sunday. Straight. Takes a single, so Harry Conway will face the remaining two deliveries of this over. Some very wholesome moments yesterday. We had Ben and the ground staff playing with his daughter Mirabelle. We had Matthew Potts' wife over there as well. We had some family affairs in the crowd. But today, bigger school day. Not as many kids in.
Yeah, after we had already the school's day itself as well on
Indeed.
day one on Friday. 300 kids from a variety of different schools coming down.
Oh, and Conway just jamming his bat down in time and immediately hairs off to square leg to readjust his gloves. No doubt he'll be calling for new ones soon if he stays in long enough. Love the theatre of the moment. Love the drama. In every ball here, Ben McKinney had a catching cover. Where he took one not so long ago. 2 slips. That's Beddingham and Aldridge. It's driven with a flourish and a thud. Ackerman covers round and keeps it to 2. That's the end of the over. 3 from it. The lead into the 290s. Northants are 9 down.
And a chance now to have a look at Matthew Potts with the new ball in hand this morning. He'll have to put away the thought and the reminder of the drop of Justin Broad just a couple of overs ago off the bowling of Casey Aldridge. See what kind of field gets set, how aggressive they want to be against Matthew Potts. He himself will certainly be fired up as always. Him in the quest for yet another 5 for in Durham colours. Oh, big inside edge, runs all the way down to the boundary rope. The amount of times that you'll see them rebound onto the bails in the top of middle stump. Not to be this time, though.
Broad again, flashing with his hands away from his body. And it races away down to a very fine leg. I reckon Potts may even have that drop catch in the front of his mind, feeling like this is his wicket to take. A wicket he owes.
Yeah, that's very true. The amount of times that we will all speak about how we secretly enjoy a little bit of an angry Matthew Potts. Put a little bit more venom at every ball and effort ball. Against Justin Broad, who's just 2 runs away from a half century as well.
Turning down the single. Somewhat understandably.
Yeah, keen protection mode of this last partnership in its infancy at the moment, but partnerships for the 8th and 9th wicket combined only be able to put on 36 runs. Great sound off the bat. This time Broad will oblige to the single. Moves up to 49, moves Northamptonshire onto 250 in this innings. But it's the lead total that's going to be the one that we're really keeping an eye on. That's 5 runs away from a milestone itself as well. Coming just shy of 300. Second slip going in for Conroe as well as McKinney in that catching cover. As the bat jammed down by Conway, survives the first of 2 deliveries that he's going to have to face from Matthew Potts. Conway takes his guard. And it's too wide for Conway to be interested in that. So hold the pose for the leave and then walk to the middle. End of the over. We're 10 minutes away from midday here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Northamptonshire, with 1 wicket remaining, lead by 295.
This first hour's flown by because it's been such intriguing cricket. Wicket coming in the first over. Potts dismissing George Bartlett with a bit of extra bounce. And wickets have tumbled regularly since then. And Durham just in search of 1 more. Hits the pad, but it's not out. May have been a bit of bat involved. May have been going down the leg side. But either way, Justin Broad just checks with umpire Treadwell. You sure that's middle? Yep. All right then. And by the end, by the time he's facing, he's over towards off stump, maybe even outside off stump. Backing himself to hit the straight one, which on this occasion he did miss. What's a fairly rare occurrence. Oh, there's a play and a miss. No, it's a play and an edge. And Durham have this innings wrapped up. Ben Rain with the final wicket. Justin Broad falling just short of his 50, which means that at 250 all out, Durham have 296 to win.
Yeah, it's going to be a really intriguing remainder of the day now. Northamptonshire would have loved to have pushed that lead to 300 plus. But 295, Durham are going to really, really fancy themselves. They're going to need their top order bats of Alex Lees, Ben McKinney, David Benningham as well to really chip in with some runs for Will Rhodes to carry through his form from the first innings and his 62. And that 95 runs of Ben Stokes to be distributed around the top of the order and made up as well by Colin Ackerman. We'll be back in just about 10 minutes' time then for the fourth and final innings here from the Banks Homes Riverside. Well, after a very short turnaround, we are back here for the fourth and final innings of this really intriguing clash at the top of the table of Division 2 of the Rothesay County Championship. Durham versus Northamptonshire. Durham accomplishing their first successful mission here today, getting all 4 of the remaining wickets from yesterday's play in the first hour. It's just a couple of overs after the second new ball was taken, and now it's a requirement of 296 and 80 overs at minimum to do it. Ben Sanderson is going to take the new ball 4 knots. It'll be Alex Lees and Ben McKinney to face off. A big opening partnership going to be needed from these two. Oh, it's straight in towards the pads. Been more maybe box than pads. But first ball, already the Northants bowlers up and about, and they'll need to be, because the onus will be fairly on them, George.
Yeah, I can't wait for this hour before lunch, with the overcast conditions and the lights on. Durham with very much a win within their sights.
Oh.
But then, as our director Stevie said, this also gives Northants a good opportunity to win the game, because if they had it their way, they would have batted for as long as possible, maybe try and get the lead to around 350 and the game would have been done. But having been forced into this position now, in good bowling conditions, they've got 2 sessions plus an extra hour to try and take 10 wickets, which sets up fantastically for a good day's cricket.
Edge and drop short of Ricardo Vasconcelos. And the amount of work that he's had to do throughout these 4 days, ducking and diving around behind the stumps. A huge 185 as well in the first innings. Very nearly Northants striking in the first over.
I reckon the remainder of the hour may follow a similar pattern of tough batting in these conditions.
Solid bat on ball that time from Lees.
Because Sanderson from this end, or be Conway from the other end, have both been absolutely fantastic with the ball in hand, especially with the new ball. For Sanderson, then Conway got the old ball talking, got it reversing after about 50 overs. And Sanderson got Lees and McKinney in the first innings.
Oh, that crashes into the pads. Appeal withdrawn away. Maybe tailing down leg a little too much. The first run of the chase is going to be a leg bite.
I think it's probably a little high as well, thundered into the thigh pad, and Lees will be pretty happy to be at the other end, I reckon. It's been wrapped on the legs twice and one edge dropping just short. And Sanderson's been bang on the money.
Ben McKinney will get one ball to have a brief look at Ben Sanderson. And it's the full face of the bat in defence that he is greeted with. So for Sanderson, is a maiden over for him individually, but the first run of the chase is on the board via the leg bias. One without loss.
It's not going to get any easier for the two out in the middle from the other end. It's Harry Conway who bowled 22 overs in that first innings, and he took 4 for 61. Most notably was after the tea break on day 2, breaking the partnership of 153 between Stokes and Rhodes, taking both of their wickets. And Alex Lees, who's been under fire in the 5 deliveries he's faced, That's Harry Conway running in from the Lumley end. Oh, and that's an absolute beauty. First up, Alex Lee stares back at him with approval. It's not done loads, but it's done enough. And Conway's come fairly wide of the crease and it's angled in, and it's just held its line off the surface, and it brings Alex Lees forward, and that's exactly the length he needs to be bowling. Being brave and chucking it up, bringing Lees forward. It's a genuine play and a miss. That one's a bit fuller and driven away for a single to save Sabe. And another thing worth noting is the double left combination will give this bowling attack a little bit of comfort in that they can settle into a rhythm. They can start to build a plan and build some pressure. Although conversely, the opposite happened when Proctor and Vasconcelos put 191. Ben McKinney with the entirety of the leg side to play with. Well, that won't be the plan. It'll be outside off. McKinney defending from his position of maybe batting on fourth stump. And I'll be quite keen, if he can, not to play at anything outside off stump. Try and coax Conway into bowling at him straight from where he's really strong. Very good leg side player. Here's McKinney. 3 slips waiting, Broad at first, Harrison at second, Bartlett at third. Flicked away. That'll be a single to save Sabe, who's swept relentlessly in this game. He's been one of the designated fielders out on the ropes. He took the catch of Matthew Potts in that first innings. That was bowled Conway. And he looked good for 12 to Potts before middling one, flicking one to Zabe at mid-wicket. You like the look of that for a second to Conway, and he follows through all the way to within touching distance of Lees, and maybe exchange a couple of words, who knows. He's never short of words, Harry Conway. Normally has a little natter with, well, anyone who will listen to him, I think. And even those who don't. Just having a little word with umpire Treadwell. 2 from the over so far. The first 2 runs coming off the bat in this innings. A quick single, dropped into the offside, and it's well taken. Lees moves on to 2. McKinney on 1. Durham on 4 for no loss.
Yeah, good little over from Conway there. Having Alex Lees in all sorts. The first couple of deliveries. A little bit of rotation of the strike. A quick drop and run as well there to end that over. I did just notice umpire Goff before that last delivery take a little look up to the skies. Not been off for bad light yet. So touch wood. As that one is run down outside the reach of third slip. And Lees squeezes it away for the first boundary of the Durham innings.
And he's played that fairly intentionally. He's played it late and just opened up the face a touch. And he wouldn't have been too worried. He's gone well wide of George Bartlett at third. Played with soft enough hands that hasn't even carried.
Oh, advancing there is Alex Lees going to go and take the quick single. Direct impact to the non-striker's end. Maybe might have put him in a bit of trouble. We'll get through for the leg bye, though.
Umpire Goff has lost his chest cam there. Luckily, James Sales was there to pick it up for him. And Sanderson will like the look of that last delivery because it just got a bit of extra bounce. And even though Lees came down the track a touch, it's hit him high up, thigh pad, midriff area.
Tucked away on the pads by Ben McKinney. They'll come back for a second. Mentioned about his strengths, Ben McKinney playing onto the leg side. There's a couple of shots already that have just been clipped away.
And already we've seen some intelligent and proactive running between the wickets. Looks like it's going to be difficult to score quickly, at least in this first hour, 15, 20 overs. They've stolen a couple of runs already.
Oh, that one beats the outside edge, though. Look to keep a little low as well on the way through. Vasconcelos has taken that just about the top of his knee pads, which for the little bloke is...
Yeah, I guess his knee roll is significantly lower down than the knee roll of some others. But pretty perfect delivery from Sanderson, bringing McKinney forward.
Again, that one looked a little lower. McKinney happy to turn it away off of his pads.
Yeah, it's not carrying through too much, but when the ones that do bounce don't seem entirely random. They do seem to be the ball which has a bit more zip on it, a bit more effort put into it. So it's not the case that you're getting ones randomly leaping up.
Again, Lee's advancing and will be dissuaded from the quick single. So a bit of a difference from Ben Sanderson's first over that went for just the leg bye. There is a leg bye included in this over, but it's accompanied with 7 more runs as Durham get to 12 without loss.
Yeah, I like that approach from Lees. He obviously really struggled in that first over against Sanderson and was pinned back on the crease, got hit in the pads a few times. So he's just trying to counteract that by advancing down the track, taking the movement out of the ball. But we just saw at the end of that over, it looks like Vasconcelos has called for the helmet as Conway continues. Full driven down the ground with power from Ben McKinney. There were shouts of catch. That was never in danger and it's raced away.
Yeah, great shot there from Ben McKinney. And from Durham in particular, they've come out in these first 4 overs really firing. That one right back over the top of Conway's head. Sticks the 2 hands up in hope. It looked like Maury was riding the big one at Blackpool Pleasure Beach.
Oh, just guided effortlessly down to third man. It will be covered off. Come back from 2. It's Gus Miller in his blue shoes, his blue suede shoes, as Ash was pointing out yesterday. Now, I'm interested in your opinion here, Ben. I personally have absolutely... I think there's nothing wrong with the shoes that Gus Miller has on. But Ash was beside himself with the fact they're blue.
I'll have to get another proper look at him from the guys in the camera.
I don't know if we can get a look at them. He's just at third man, the number 24, by the pavilion. He's got some blue spikes on, which he actually didn't wear when he was batting. He changed into his batting spikes, which were white. But these blue numbers, again, I have nothing wrong with. What I do have an issue with is the fact that Liam Guthrie doesn't tuck his shirt in, but that's a completely different conversation. But Gus Miller's shoes, I've got no opinion. Ben, I'll be interested to see what you think.
Oh, I can get on board with the untucked shirt. That's number 1.
Absolutely not. Conway. Flicked away, and I'll pick up a couple here, I reckon. Despite the sliding throw, they do come back for 2. It's been a productive over, Ben.
Yeah, I was going to say, again, another really nice bit of timing. Again, playing off of his pads and in towards the leg side just in front of, through sort of mid-on. Ben McKinney has leaped up to 12 now of just 10 deliveries.
Turned away into the leg side again. This time might just be a single. Just one delivery to go the over. Maybe the change of over will give us a chance to have a look at Miller's blue suede shoes.
There you go, Ash chiming in the comments as well. Not our beloved Ash, but a different Ash. I have a blue pair of cricket boots to help support my ankles. Most times I get out batting the keeper, or a field will say Elvis has left the building.
Yeah, there's some Elvis chat from Ash as well. 9 from the over so far. It's been productive. Driven and a bit of a slashy drive. Alex Lees has no idea where it's gone. It's ended up going nowhere as he just shadow bats a helicopter drive, which is ambitious. Ended the over, 9 from it. Durham 21 for no loss.
Yeah, really productive over. That from
go.
Ben McKinney in particular. Here they are.
There we are. Great work, lads.
Oh, those are nice, you know. Those are gorgeous.
You know what? This is the first time we've got a real close-up, and I'm swaying towards Ash's side here. I thought they had blue tinges, but they don't. They are just blue shoes.
I actually really, really like them. They remind me, they're pretty much the exact same colour scheme and colour palette of, for those that are baseball fans among us and tuning in, the Philadelphia Phillies, Sanderson comes into bowl. The Philadelphia Phillies, each of the 30 Major League Baseball clubs will typically have a retro-style jersey, or a jersey that is a tribute to seasons and campaigns that have gone by. And the Phillies have one that is predominantly that sort of blue colour, and the logo, the P, just over the heart on the left side of the chest, is of that kind of maroon colour as well.
Sounds like Miller's shoes would be better found on a Major League Baseball field then.
Yeah, well, you do get some really great expression of style and design in American sports, particularly with the gloves. You'll see gloves.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you'll see obviously the traditional sort of tan brown gloves that you might see some of the coaches for the respective cricket teams use as well.
Yeah, the baseball mitt has found its use in cricket coaching. Seen them everywhere now, even in the club game at the village level. I see what you mean. It's lovely blue and maroon. It's quite claret and blue to anglicise it slightly. Colour scheme often seen. You're a West Ham fan, are you?
I'm indeed.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's why you have a fondness towards it. Got to the bottom of it after all.
Driven by McKinney. It'll just be for the single there. Yeah, maybe that's why the reason why I've got such a propensity to it. I do think it's one of the nicest retro style jerseys of the lot. Seattle have quite a nice retro jersey as well. Not necessarily retro, I suppose. It's I think it was roughly the 2000s when the all green Seattle Mariners jersey was out on display, but Lees once again attempts to advance.
So with one ball to go in this over, I've got a little update for all our viewers and listeners on the stream. So it's been brought to our attention that the audio is a couple of seconds behind the pictures. So our media guru Sam has come down and we're going to fix this at the end of the over. So the stream will remain live, so you don't have to do anything, but the pictures will disappear for a couple of seconds, and when they reappear, everything will be in sync.
A big appeal is going to be waved away as Lees goes down the track. So that'll be the end of the over, just the one run from it, as
Don't cut the red one. I think we're back on. Excellent. A thumbs up from Sam. And we're good to go. Conway to continue from the Lumley end. McKinney just tries to guide it down to third again. But it just cramps him for room a little bit. A double thumbs up from Sam as he exits the room. And I think looks like we're all synced up with sound and audio. And it's a shrug from Stevie. I'm sure everybody who's watching in the comments will tell us if everything is out of sync. For those who don't have us on mute anyway. It's probably a fair number.
It's definitely not Stephen Mitchell though. He's chimed in with my Phillies comment, my Phillies love.
I can't believe your MLB content's getting interaction. I thought we had a higher clientele than that, but apparently not.
Stephen's been given a Phillies polo shirt with the P logo that's the same colour as the cricket shoes. He says it's great for golf.
Great for golf. Excellent. I reckon Miller could probably get round in his blue suede shoes, get round 18.
Yeah.
Pretty much the same now. Cricket spikes and golf shoes are all so lightweight. Although I sport the spikeless golf shoes nowadays. I think they're more common. The old rubber soled, more like, almost like, well, you get like AstroTurf cricket shoes. They have the rubber spikes on them, which aren't spikes at all. They're more rounded, almost like suction cups.
Synthetic-y.
Indeed. That's what I'm sporting as I'm shouting 4 right. But recently I've been shouting 4 left, which is a real problem I need to get to the bottom of. Anyway. 3 dots to start this Conway over. So McKinney's batting, or maybe on 5th stump. Just trying to make sure that anything outside off he's comfortable leaving on line. And a number that is worth keeping an eye on, not just the 274, which is how many runs to win, but it's the run rate and the required run rate. Now, the required run rate is currently at 3.7 and the current run rate is at 3.9. So they're going at the pace they need to. And of course, this will be one of the tougher periods of the game to score runs. So Durham will be happy with the situation at the minute. Ooh. Big shout from Harry Conway. They probably heard that back in Northamptonshire. As McKinney goes to leave, and it's close to the bat, it's close to the stumps. If you just look at where Vasconcelos has got up from, it's moved a long way.
Yeah, that really darted in off the surface, and McKinney looked back down at the bails, hoping and praying that they stayed stationary. Thankfully they did.
5 dots. Driven to mid-on, and it's a maiden over, which almost brought a wicket for Harry Conway, who storms off without his hat. It's the end of the over, 22 for no loss.
Yeah, good comeback over that from Harry Conway. Went for 9 in his previous over.
I'm sorry, Ben. That's just made me laugh so much. You may be able to see just on the bottom left of your screen, well, bottom left middle, Conway, as he was walking away, was shadow batting left-handed, the exact leave that McKinney just played. Maybe in his head that one took a wicket.
Yeah, he's saying, oh, another day, that catches the bottom edge. That runs down off the face.
Always the entertainer.
Sanderson to continue. Oh, and a big wave there.
So I mentioned it a couple of overs ago that Vasconcelos was calling for his helmet against Lees, who, to counteract the movement of Sanderson, was coming down the track. Well, as you can see on your pictures, Vasconcelos is now up to the stumps. So Lees, I imagine, will stop wandering down the track. Sanderson will be able to be in full control of his length.
Yeah, it's very fair that Vasconcelos has decided to don the helmet against Lees. Lees maybe not thinking it's so fair, thinking in the back of his mind, well, hang on a minute. I employ this with Ben Rain and Ollie Robinson. You can't then turn around and go and do it to me.
Well, to be fair, it was the Northants bowlers who did it first.
Yeah?
Yeah. When Ben Stokes was charging down the track to Sanderson.
Ooh.
And that is the disadvantage of standing up to the stumps. And albeit there wasn't a nick there, but when the ball maybe carries through a little lower, Vasconcelos had no chance of taking it. So that is the one disadvantage that comes with standing up to the stumps.
Yeah, it's becoming more and more prevalent, particularly in the county game. Definitely a difficult skill to acquire and develop. Good take from Vasconcelos as these dots starting to add up now. That's the 12th in a row now, following on from Ben Sanderson's previous over and the Harry Conway maiden. That run rate slowed down to 3.3. Well, that may be a little bit of a better judgment of positioning later on. Again, another quick take from Vasconcelos. The number that I think Durham will really be looking at right now will be about 24, 34. That'll be the minutes till lunch. Can get Leeds and McKinney through to lunch safely. That ball starts to soften up a little bit. They can really start to try and go at the Northamptonshire attack in the afternoon session. And that's well played for the last ball of the over there by Alex Leeds. Just relieves some of that pressure that was mounting and puts an extra run onto the board. 23 without loss at the end of 7.
Harry Conway's going to continue, but not before he's had a little attention from the 12th man. Looks like he's getting a drink and a towel after 3 hard overs in the dirt. And he'll be ready. And it'll be interesting actually to watch the 12th man go back here to the ropes, because I've seen something I've never seen before. Oh, my apologies. There's going to be Liam Guthrie coming into the attack. Shirt untucked. Left armour coming over the wicket to the left hand of Alex Lees. I wonder if this has got something to do with the angle. I thought there was nothing wrong with the way Conway was bowling. Got through 3 overs, 12 runs, maybe a little expensive, but some of those coming off the edge. But Guthrie just offers a different angle to the left hand of both Lees and McKinney. It means he can get closer to the stumps as he bowls, so he can bowl straighter stump to stump, as opposed to Conway, who's coming around the wicket, meaning that the ball's angling in a long way. Makes it more difficult to take caught behind. So Lees is swishing at another one, and he's just looking a tad impatient. He's looking a bit tetchy. 7 off 23 now, and the runs aren't coming to him quite as easily as he hoped. But this is a period where Durham won't be too concerned about the run rate, as you said, Ben, more concerned just about not losing wickets. And if you can just stick through this period, get through a bit of the new ball, get into the first change bowlers, then the runs will come more easily. It's a cricketing cliche. The longer you're in, the easier it gets. And key for Lees and McKinney now is just staying put. And that one is shorter and wider. Lees can cut away, and does. To the blue shoes. There we go. Lovely blue shoes. With Gus Miller. I'm siding more and more with Ash the more I see them.
Really?
Well, they're a great trainer, and if that was a warm-up shoe, I'd have no problem. It's a good-looking shoe, but it's not white.
It's true, but again, it's that adding that little bit of flair, adding a little bit of character, a bit of playfulness to the 4-day game.
And talking of not white, after this delivery, full driven. For 4, past Harry Conway at mid-off. And Ben McKinney has just waited on it, and he's leant into it and stroked it to the ropes.
Yeah, really good shot from Ben McKinney. He's looked in good touch so far this morning. Full delivery, just a little back of Yorker length. McKinney plays it up on the up, straight through mid-off. Conway can only watch it sail by.
This is what comes with being patient and just staying put. Eventually you will get a delivery like that. Liam Guthrie still just working into his rhythm a little bit. It's that one reaches Vasconcelos on the half volley. Not sure that's a product of the pitch as much as maybe Guthrie not just quite getting through it. But yes, talking of not being white, Guthrie yesterday started the day in the same whites that he ended the previous day in. They still had the grass stains and the red marks, but he's got a fresh set on today. Ready to get through a few more overs, maybe take a few wickets. Driven down the ground again, but this time will be cut off. And it's a dot ball to end the over. 5 from it. That's more than they need. They need 3.7 and over, so it's good going. A productive over, 28 for no loss.
And 29 minutes until lunch, with Lees on 8, Ben McKinney on 18. And there is that required run rate at the moment. Be a little bit more impactful and important as we tail towards the remainder of the day's play, particularly into the afternoon and evening. But at the moment, relative parity. As Sanderson comes in, that gets through the dive of James Sales in the covers. And that will run away for the second boundary for Alex Lees.
290 odd isn't a low total to be chasing, but it is a chaseable total, and when you've got that to defend, you need to be tight in the field. And it was hit hard at James Sales, who has been good in the outfield. But it's just crept under him, and I think he'll probably be a little disappointed about that.
Let's trying to push through mid-on. Harry Conway, the entertainer, returning it back. Vasconcelos still standing up to the stumps against Lees. 2 slips and a gully as well being put in play here. Defending this time is Lees. He's had a bit of a difficult season so far. A bit up and down, it's fair to say, in the first class game. 9 and 4 against Worcestershire, 31 against Kent, 26 against Derbyshire. The only half century that he's gotten over the past month or so is in the T20 game. That one wide and difficult to take for Vasconcelos. It might run all the way. Chase on is going to be held just short by Justin Broad. And it will go down as buys.
He's actually parried it over the top of the slips. And as I said, this is obviously, goes without saying, the difficulty of standing up as the ball comes to you a lot quicker, and especially when it's wide, it's hard to adjust. And that one had some good carry as well. It was rising on Vasconcelos.
Big authoritative call of weight from Alex Lees. They've taken 6 off this over already, which is already well above what is required per over. Of course, this is just going to make up for some of those overs where the scoring is going to be a little bit more difficult. Oh, this ball still relatively new, just coming up to its 9th over. This is the last ball of it. And it's wide. And a lunging leave from Alex Lees to end the over. So it will be the 6 runs from it. Durham 34 without loss and require 262.
Here we go. This is something I've not seen before. There's Luke Proctor just in front of your screen. So the ground staff have got their chairs out on Vic's deck chair there, where they normally watch the game. But they've gone off to do other things. We've got the opposition sitting in Vic's deck chair. I've never seen that before. I wonder how he feels about that. Yesterday we had Ryan Campbell sharing Vic's deck chair at the same time. I've never seen the opposition in there. Never mind what's going on the field. That's definitely a power move off the field. Wonder when Vic comes back, what's going to go down.
Yeah, I wonder if there has been a little conversation had there, or if Vic's going to come back to a nasty surprise.
Guthrie finding his rhythm in that first over. A full middle stump half volley driven down the ground by McKinney. That's a leg stump half volley flicked off the pads of Alex Lees. And safe save is going to come round and cover. And I'll keep it down to 2. Liam Guthrie yet to quite settle. Lovely looking shot from Alex Lees. It sounded good. I'm going to stay true to what I think is the case from early on in the day. The outfield just seems a little slower than it has been over the match so far. He's timed it well. He's hit it hard. But in the end, saves covered very comfortably. Looking to guide it down to third man, but George Bartlett does the fielding.
I have seen your comment, Ash, in the stream. I've let Stevie and the production guys know. Might be something we'll have to relook at during the lunch break. If the audio and the picture's still slightly out. We've got 23 minutes until lunch. Then a long 40-minute lunch break period. So hopefully we might be able to get that sorted for the rest of the day's play.
Ooh, a big swish from Lees, who leans on his bat. He's done that a few times. Just looking a little tetchy to get bat on ball. But again, it was short and it was wide and it was there to hit. Just slightly too wide to hit. He's well within his rights to throw hands at that. It's long, isn't it? His shirt is long. Could do some tucking in for me. Off the outside edge. In between gully and second slip. And it flies away to the ropes. By going hard, you may find the edge, but with this new ball, the harder it comes, the harder it goes.
Yeah, often the case. This ball coming up to its 10th over now for Alex Lees and Durham. Not going to mind quite how the runs are accumulated, as long as they are adding on to the total and there's still plenty of wickets left in the shed. They will be content.
Turned away into the leg side. A quick single is well taken. It's a good run, which means it's 8 from the over. It's a very good over for Durham, albeit for all of them coming off the edge. And it was outside off stump, the penultimate delivery, and just seen the replay. Alex Lees actually tried to whip it through mid-wicket. It's caught a leading edge, maybe off the toe. No replays on the score sheet. It's gone for 4 and Durham are 42 for no loss.
Sanderson getting himself ready to stride over. So we'll get a quick check in at what else is happening around Division 2. There's only 2 games that have entered into day 4, with Lancashire and Derbyshire concluding yesterday with a 9-wicket win for Derbyshire. Check in the other 2 in just a moment after Sanderson down the leg side, and it's a spill from Vasconcelos. Heads up play there from Alex Lees to squirrel through for the bite.
He actually did one of these yesterday, albeit not quite so fast. We didn't go for a run, but he's taken it, and then it's flown out as he's rolled, and he's effectively thrown it away. And it's alert from McKinney to race down to the other end and steal a single.
Oh, finds the edge of Ben McKinney's bat, but it gets past the gap between second slip and gully, and it races away once again to the boundary rope.
Just squared him up a touch. They've taken the third slip out. Bartlett no longer in there. It might have gone to him, but he's at gully. And for the second over in a row, it's just pierced that gap. I'll keep saying this phrase. I've been saying it throughout the match. Stealing a single or stealing runs. I've never watched baseball, but I think if I, through osmosis or something, is that a baseball phrase?
We'll unpack it.
I think I've heard stealing a base. I think that's a thing, isn't it?
Yes. Stealing bases is very, very common, but it's quite hard to try and steal a run in a literal sense, because you'd have to steal in baseball, right, because you have to steal home plate. And with the catcher so close to home plate, all it takes is, well, a pitcher to throw his normal fastball at 95, 96 miles an hour at MLB average, and you're probably more than out. Wave and a miss.
So what is stealing a base?
So stealing a base, we get Baseball 101. I love this. This is great. So to steal a base, you quite literally need to take off from... So say if you are a runner on first base, you've just hit a single, you're standing on first base, and you want to take second. You just literally, before the pitcher has thrown his pitch, before the bowler has made his delivery, need to run from first to second without being tagged out, essentially.
So almost before, in cricketing terms, before the ball is live.
Yes, yeah. As generally, they'll time it at the start of what would be like the run-up in cricket equivalent, the wind-up, as the pitcher is lifting his leg to kick and then deliver the pitch. That's when you'll try and time to set off to give you as much time to take off and get into the second base or to whatever base you're trying to steal from.
So if you see are they called hitters? Batters?
Batters.
Right. If you see a batter about to steal a base, or maybe there's some sort of communication and the catcher can see it and shout aside, I don't know how it works, but once you're loading up, can you then exit from that delivery and try and get that stealing person, that thief, try and get them out?
No, that would be, in that situation, called what's known as a balk. So once you are in the wind-up, as you see, maybe Vic has had a word.
Maybe I answered your question.
Away from our cricket talk, or our baseball talk. 47 for no loss as well at the end of that over. So once a pitcher has committed to pitching and delivering through their wind-up, they have to follow through with the pitch.
Guthrie to continue. So what is to stop somebody stealing a base?
So there is, before you commit to the pitch, you can make what's called a pick-off attempt. So quite literally, if you've got, again, runner standing at first base and you think that they're trying to take second, instead of throwing the pitch to the active batter who's in the batter's box, you can try and throw it to the first baseman quickly. And if they're taking too big of a lead...
Flicked away. No run.
Then you might be able to quickly, as the first baseman, catch the ball with the mitt and slap a tag down on the runner to basically strand them and to get them out.
So when I'm using the phrase stealing a run in a cricketing term, I guess what I'm meaning is just taking a run when there shouldn't be one.
Yes, yeah.
Just to our right, Ben Sanderson having a little chat to Luke Proctor. Keeps a little low and it's left alone. Luke Proctor's out the game with a broken hand. which he suffered when he tried to stop a Ben Stokes drive, and I can just see it a little taped up as he talks to Sanderson. That means that Nathan McSweeney, the Australian number 38 here today, is acting captain. And it's quite a big day for him. Tactically, he's got 248 runs to play with. And he's got to either try and defend them or, more likely, take 10 wickets. But I don't think this game is about time. I reckon if Durham can survive, then they will, as a result of being out in the middle for that long, accumulate the runs. So I think this Northampton team, in order to get anything from this game, will have to try and take 10 wickets.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And of course, at least I'm pretty sure that the way of it is that if the umpires feel that there is a result that can be generated from this game, they can afford the extra half an hour as well at the end of the day's play.
Driven up. Oh no, it's not. It's an absolute worldie from George Bartlett. It was for all money, careering over his head, and he stuck out a right mitt and taken what could well be the catch of the season.
That is an unbelievable grab. Ben McKinney stood statuesque in his position, a couple of steps down the striker's crease after that was taken. But what a catch that is. And for Ben McKinney as well, who was in some really, really great stride, is unfortunately going to have to take the long stride back to the pavilion. Just under a quarter of an hour left before lunch. And Durham lose their first. It's 48 for 1.
An absolute credit to our broadcast team who managed to catch that. It's unbelievable. Now, it's not Ben McKinney's greatest shot that he's ever played. His feet didn't go anywhere. He was leaning for it, reaching for it. But George Bartlett, he took a really good catch to end the Durham first innings. He got Ollie Robinson on the pull, and that was above his head. 2 hands on that occasion. But this one, it's come quick. And he would have been slightly unsighted as well. And it's absolutely phenomenal. He just reaches with one hand, and it'll be a bit of a stick a hand out and hope. And he does make it stick. And you can watch cricket all around the land for the remainder of the summer, and I don't think you'll see a better catch. Ben McKinney goes, bowled Guthrie, caught Bartlett, but that doesn't even tell you half the story. Durham 48 for 1. With 12 minutes to go until the lunch break, Northants will see this as an opportunity to try and get another. Will Rhodes went really nicely in the first innings, and he came in at a really difficult moment. 30 for 3 when Stokes came in, and those two put on a mammoth partnership of 153. Rhodes getting 62 as he was allowed to just quietly go about his work with all the eyes on Ben Stokes, and he talked to Ash about that partnership, and he said there wasn't a lot of communication. It was just 2 guys going about their job. And this time there may be a few more eyes on him. Alex Lees is his batting partner on this occasion. He remains unmoved on 20.
Yeah, with 12 minutes left until lunch, Alex Lees is slowly starting to pick up the pace a little bit on 20 off 37. Sanderson still charging in, moving into his 7th over of this first spell. He promised to look around the grounds as well before everything started to happen in the second division, as a couple of different teams aim towards results themselves. Oh, plays forward again there, does Lees. And it's a good take from Vasconcelos. Yeah, let's have a quick look at what's going on. Middlesex have a pretty slender total that they need to chase down as well against Kent over in Canterbury. Middlesex need 190 more runs to take victory. They're currently 41 for 3 before lunch, though. Gloucestershire have a 14-run lead against Worcestershire, 113 for 7 in the Gloucestershire second innings. That could be heading to a draw. That one run through point. Lees very quickly back for a second, and the slow pick up there from George Scrimshaw will allow them to come back for 2 and allow the 50 to make its way up for Durham on the scoreboard as well. They've done it in quick time as well, just over 3/4 of an hour. They have lost their first wicket in that, though, of Ben McKinney. Oh, good take.
Great glove work.
Really good take from Vasconcelos. Bounces right up, just above his head.
There must have been.
He's laughing away.
There must have been some communication before the delivery, so that he knew that was going to be short. Because if not, that's absolutely exceptional.
Pulls out of the drive late. There does Lees.
I think they'll be happy with that opening partnership. In tough batting conditions, they've got through the worst of it and almost dragged the team to 50 for no loss. I reckon that probably would have been the target. Get to 50 for no loss, then reassess. Ben McKinney falling just before that milestone. Now they look to rebuild again, this time with Rhodes at the crease.
Last ball of the over from Sanderson. And it hits on the pads down the leg side. Vasconcelos tries the little paddle onto Alex Lees' stumps if he decided to take a little bit of a wander. But Hill will fall safely. Durham 50 for 1 with 8 minutes to go till lunch.
And Vasconcelos has been very busy around the stumps when Alex Lee's batting. So we've seen him firstly come up to the stumps to stop Lees advancing, but then when he caught the short ball, he then held his gloves next to the stumps for about 10 seconds just in case Alex Lees moved his back foot. So maybe that's something that they've talked about. Is Lees, if he does have a tendency for his back foot to slide out of the crease, I don't know, but it's definitely something that Vasconcelos is keeping a keen eye on. Shorter from Guthrie, turned away for a quick single to the acting captain, Nathan McSweeney, who's got plenty of leadership experience. Does just tinker with the field here and send George Bartlett out of gully into a, what would be a short third man. Almost like a fly gully, which is where he was stationed when he took the catch. Forward and defending. A really crucial 7 minutes here. I reckon we'll maybe get another 2 overs after this one. And if Northampton can get another wicket, they'll feel they're right in this with 2 sessions to play. Of course, goes without saying, obvious statement of the year, that Durham will look to get to lunch without losing another wicket. It's flicked. I reckon there was some bat there as it's tickled down the leg side, and so does umpire Treadwell. So Lees moves to 26. It's a bit of a freebie from Guthrie. It's a bit loose down the leg side. And Durham moves to 55.
Yeah, I think it might have just been a little bit of the toe there from Alex Lees, but whips it away fine enough to hit the boundary rope. And again, over after over, they're just starting Durham to accumulate a few overs that are above the required run rate.
Leg side again. Pushed away to Zabe for a single, which will bring Rhodes on strike. And he was really strong all around the ground. in that first innings. A couple of lovely back foot punches through the covers, and also a couple of boundaries in the leg side as well. A couple to fine leg, and one glorious on drive down the ground. Another single into the leg side. Northants at the minute very happy to let Durham have that, or rather not quite content with that. They'd prefer to build up the dot balls, but the field is very much set up for another delivery. It's set up for the one outside off stump. They want to try and get Lees driving and coming forward on the offside, and those two out on the leg side are more there just for cover in case Guthrie does stray a little bit straight. And also there for a surprise short ball. Deep square and fine leg both out. That one's punched straight, and Guthrie does his own fielding to bring the end of the over. It's 7 from it. The target is now 239 more to win.
Yeah, that feels like it's a pretty chaseable target right now. If wickets can continue to be held onto, if some strong partnerships can be built. That first wicket partnership for 48 before one of the catches of the championship from Bartlett. Ben Sanderson will continue. It goes into his 8th over as the clock ticks to 12:56. Third slip comes in against Rhodes. And with the delay, this might be the last over before lunch. Edge! Oh, I thought there might have just been an edge of Will Rhodes there.
I wondered if we might just see him try and run through this over a bit quicker and try and sneak in a second as the clock just ticks over to 12:57. But they're not. They're taking their time over it. It's an absolute seed first up.
This time a bit of a holer sound off the front face of the bat.
This Durham side have good history of big chases here on this ground. Earlier this season, in mid-April, they chased down 336 in the 4th innings against Lancashire, and did so only losing 2 wickets.
Oh, again. This time starting wider and getting some movement in. But really encouraging signs on this over here.
And as we've mentioned before, that was part of the reason that Durham chose to bowl first, is because they'll be comfortable chasing 4th, and Northants will know their history chasing 4th as well.
Oh, and again, Sanderson was ready to wheel away, thinking that he found the outside edge of Will Rhodes' bat. Slips caught in there, as Ash would say, like hungry, hungry hippos.
These 4 balls have been as good as any 4 balls we've seen in this match so far. Will Rhodes, this is quite the introduction to this chase. He's trying to cover that angle off as well.
This time gets bat, but only as far as point. Yeah, that chase you were mentioning as well, George, against Lancashire earlier in the season. I was here, luckily enough to be here for that game. 150 from Emilio Gay and 129 from David Beddingham. Of course, one of those 2 players is away with England set up. Last ball of what was a really probing over that from Sanderson. Tries for the quick sly run out of Alex Lees at the non-striker's end. Maybe more just of check over on him. As we are at 12:59. It's a maiden over from Sanderson. Guthrie has given the cap to umpire Treadwell. So we might just get one more over here before lunch.
They're doing their best to mess around a little bit, chucking George Bartlett the helmet, but it looks like the umpires are in place and happy. The clock's still 12:59. So Alex Lees will have one more to navigate, and it's going to be Calvin Harrison with one over of leg spin, which just gives Lees something different to think about. He's got plenty of company with George Bartlett at short leg. And I saw Calvin Harrison warming up this morning on the practice pitches, and he was turning it a long way. And that's turned off the hips, off the legs of Lees for a single, and he'll be quite happy to be at the other end. Yeah, Harrison was warming up. He was on this pitch just in front of us, which is very well worn, to be fair, and he was getting a lot of help from the surface, but he's putting it in some good areas and getting a lot of turn, and it will only take one here. And as you can see, those footholds outside off stump, it will just take one to grip, and George Bartlett's right in the game here at short leg. He's already taken one absolute screamer. That's exactly the area where Harrison wants to pitch it. You can see there are 3 footholds there. One is on the crease line, which is probably a little full, and the 2 towards us from this shot, where he'll want to pitch it. There was a shout of catch it. Would have been maybe even better than his first catch if he did. And Rhodes tucks it away for a single. And he's not there really for the shot off the face of the bat. He's there for the one that hits the inside edge of the bat and hits the pad and balloons up. That's too short and it's too wide, and it's cut away by Lees, and Miller will have a lot of work to do, but in his blue shoes manages to cover round. Keeps it to 2. Maybe the blue shoes giving him a bit of extra speed, who knows. 2 deliveries before lunch to navigate. And that is a really good area. Had Harrison really interested, and it's come off the inside edge of Lee's bat. And it's not far away at all. George Bartlett was very interested, diving away to his left. A tricky period this, but Durham have all but navigated it pretty safely. Just the 1 wicket down so far. That was Ben McKinney. We've got one final delivery to navigate, and Will Rhodes is going to take his time about it. The drama, the theatre. And it is well defended, which means they'll head into the lunch break for a feed and a rest at 62 for 1, with 234 runs remaining for victory for Northants. Well, it's 9 wickets, and it's going to be a really intriguing final 2 sessions. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing how this one pans out. The top of the table clash in the Rothesay County Championship 2nd Division. One of these 2 teams is going to end the game week still on top. Will it be the hosts or will it be the visitors that will find the 9 required wickets? We're going to go away for a hunter's chicken or a vegan sausage gnocchi for those that are of that persuasion. And we'll be back with the afternoon session in around 40 minutes' time.
Please welcome back umpires Michael Don and James Treadwell. Northamptonshire side led by their captain Nathan McSweeney, and the Durham batters Alex Rees and Will Rhodes.
Welcome back and good afternoon here from the Banks Homes Riverside live for Durham versus Nottinghamshire. It's day 4 and Durham with the bat are chasing down a 296 run total. They're already 62 for 1 after losing Ben McKinney before lunch by a spectacular catch from George Bartlett off the bowling of Liam Guthrie. That is the only breakthrough, though, that Northants have been able to find in the 16 runs that they've bowled at before the lunch break. So Alex Lees and Will Rhodes are the two that resume. And Harry Conway, after bowling 3 overs before lunch and then being replaced for the left-on-lefty matchup for Liam Guthrie, is going to come back into the tack and is going to get a change of ends here as well to bowl from the Finkel end. Welcome to you all back from lunch. Myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, and George Gompertz. Thunders into the pad. Big appeal. And Conway getting some extra fuel in the lunch break to re-energise himself, and a little bit of a warning as well, I think, for running through the danger area. It's all happening first ball after lunch.
Now, we've seen a lot of Conway talking to the umpire and a friendly tap on the shoulder. For the first time, it's a friendly tap on the backside. Now, sliding down the leg side on the angle, coming around the wicket. It's a fiery start for Conway.
Call of weight from Lees.
He's had more success throughout this game from the Finkel end, as have most of the bowlers, in fairness. So I'll be interested to see what happens here, whether Guthrie will continue from the top end or whether Sanderson will go up there. Got plenty of options. Harrison got the last over before lunch, but that may have been a token over of spin. Many options for this Northants side.
Quick drop and run into short mid-wicket will take Alex Lees off of strike and get Durham off the mark post-lunch break. Yeah, that one over from Calvin Harrison might have just been Nathan McSweeney as the stand-in captain. Luke Proctor out with his finger injury. May have just been him trying to get a little bit of early look at seeing what this pitch is doing. Day 4 with still a relatively fresh ball. How much turn the spinner was going to be able to generate.
And especially with those footmarks outside the off stump, there is plenty of rough for him to hit, so I like it as an option to the left-hander.
Another left-hander and Will Rhodes now on strike. Had to face a really tough, challenging over against Ben Sanderson.
That was as good as I've seen anyone bowl over the 4 days. He was just unplayable. Coming around the wicket, angling it in, just holding its line off the surface. And I think he beat the outside edge of Rhodes maybe 4 times consecutively.
Another defensive early on, as we mentioned as well, George, that this is going to be the session, isn't it, that Durham are going to really look to accelerate further and chip into what is remaining of this lead. Just 233 remains for Durham to find.
Yeah, I can't wait for this session. It'll be about milestones. They'll try and get that lead down to the hundreds.
Oh, Conway's appealed there.
Now, what I've learned over the course of this game is Conway appealing actually means very little.
That's the end of the first over after lunch. Conway and the umpire going to have a little extra tap, a little tap on the shoulder. Maybe umpire Goff saying there, or the tap on the backside, a little too much there.
Too far, Harry.
And Vic and the ground staff settled in for what's going to be a really engaging afternoon session. Vic's got the deck chair back.
Yeah, territory reclaimed for the ground staff. And it's going to be Calvin Harrison to continue, and I like this as a move. It's a slightly braver move from Nathan McSweeney. And you can see there left of your screen, George Bartlett with the helmet on. He's really in play. So what Calvin Harrison's going to do is just try and land it in those footholes outside off stump. That's 2-4. That's not pitched at all. And Lees drives it straight to Guthrie. And then it will turn. They might not all turn, but it will vary, and it's the one that turns more, which may catch the inside edge. This one hits the pads, and it's a great shout. Turned down, and they steal a single. Whilst the Northants fielders were busy appealing, and it's maybe hit him outside the line. It definitely wasn't going over, that's for sure. And I think it was probably hitting, so it's going to be impact. That's price tight. It's really tight. It's a good shout.
Casey Aldridge there, making his way out for the nets. We're hoping that the game will be all but done by the time that he's called out to bat, if he's called out to bat later on today.
Rhodes on strike now. That one's too full. It's driven. What happens when it does hit the footholes and comes back? So then it catches an inside edge, and that's when Bartlett's in the game. He's got heavy strapping on his right hand in at short leg. That's again overpitched, and they'll take the single down to long on, Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned the strapping on Bartlett's hand. I noticed it for a second when he took that screamer of a catch.
It was in that same hand, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Clearly not affecting him too much. Sweeping up in the air, and Nathan McSweeney has dropped it. It would have been a phenomenal catch. It was a phenomenal effort, and I thought he had it, but it's just slipped out. Maybe when the elbows hit the ground, but it was a top edge on the sweep. And it was a great effort from the standing captain, but it's a chance that goes down. Now Rhodes gets off strike and comes back on strike as they come back for 2. I sort of lost sight of that in the air. Was it just a straight top edge?
Yeah, it was a weird one because you saw the sweep and you're expecting it to go along the ground and find Nathan McSweeney in that way, but like you say, it just looks like it's caught the top edge, and McSweeney trying to angle himself around. Just couldn't, like you say. I think as soon as he hit the ground, that's when it's popped out.
It's not gone very far. McSweeney never really left the ring, but he still had a lot of ground to cover, and it's gone a long way up. And I'll tell you what, there would have been a lot of spin on that ball as well. So the spin almost coming to fruition. Now it's back to pace on.
Tries to time the drive. They're going to get the one as well. Little spill from Safe Zabe in the covers.
And all these little singles, all these misfields will just further swing the momentum towards Durham. As soon as you're not having to work as hard for your runs, that's when you're really in the game.
Yes. What a team needs every now and then, a little bit of luck. Maybe we'll feel a little bit unfortunate as well from Northamptonshire's point of view. Oh, as that one glides past the edge of the bat from Will Rhodes. Yeah, Northamptonshire may be feeling a little aggrieved that LBW appeal from the last over didn't generate the finger from the umpire.
He turned it down very quickly, did James Treadwell, but it's definitely close. I think if this was a test match, they'd be going upstairs for sure. And I think it would, at worst, be review retained.
This time a leave from Will Rhodes.
I feel I've said this countless times throughout the 4 days, which shows what a good game of cricket this has been, but this next hour seems pivotal. And if Durham can remain wicketless before the clock strikes 3, they'll be in P1 to go on and win this game. Northants by that time you'd think would need another couple of wickets at least. The only way they get something out of this game, you'd think, is by taking 9 more wickets. It seems unlikely to me that this game goes the distance with Durham neither being bowled all out nor getting the runs.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's like you mentioned about trying to bat in milestones, just slowly but surely chipping off that to-win total down to 200, then 150, then 100. It's a similar way while batting through the time as well. Get through that first
after 100. You can't stop there.
Oh, slipcord and very interested. And think that it's gotten a little tickle of the bat on the way through.
Can't have
Just let me know, Harry.
We've had some good chat throughout the game. I think my favourite shout came yesterday, and I'm not sure who said it, but Parkinson had taken an early wicket and Matt Potts had got 3. And Potts was bowling. I'll tell you exactly what was said after this ball.
It's a wave and a miss from Will Rhodes, who's been challenged by Harry Conway so far. Neither man quite blinking just yet. Just the 1 run from that over, 69 for 1.
So Potsy was bowling, and there was a shout of, "Come on here, Potter. You always get 9 when Parky gets the other one." Which I'd have to predict is factually incorrect. But it has happened once. Matt Potts with career best figures, taking 9 in an innings. And the other wicket was taken by Matt Parkinson. Callum Parkinson, sorry, not his brother. Oh, Lee's driving and catching an edge. Then he's going to not go back for 2. There was a very big shout of, "No, go back, go back." And it's kept down to 1. Good fielding from Justin Broad and good bowling from Calvin Harrison. This is just a difficult period that Durham have to navigate, and it's actually been breaks that have changed momentum of the game throughout the 4 days. Oh, there's another misfield from Safe Save, allows Rhodes to sneak through for the single. That's maybe the 3rd misfield now, which has led to more runs. And it just releases pressure. Will Rhodes is having a tough time out there, but he's allowed to just get off strike. Harrison causing problems though. I imagine he might get through quite a few overs from this Lumley end as they rotate Conway and Sanderson from the Finkel. Liam Guthrie, the other option. Let's punch down the ground to Ben Sanderson. The aforementioned Ben Sanderson for a single. Forward and defending. I reckon towards the end of this game we're going to get all the classic cricket feelings of do not move.
Yeah.
Or
Wait there.
Tetchy walks around the grounds. Yeah, they become moments of cricket games famously superstitious, where anyone watching is unable to move from their seat. Not only because the game's so exciting, but because it might bring a wicket. And I said changing fortunes. It was tea on day 2 that brought the end of the Stokes and Rhodes partnership, or rather the play just after tea. And it was the same yesterday. Tea brought more wickets, this time in Durham's favour. So, you know what they say, drinks brings wickets. That's just because it's a little break that allows concentration to dip and energy to be refueled.
Conway trying to harness that extra refuel of energy. Safe Zabe around keeping that one in front of him. See a comment from Joseph Tyrrell actually with a story about Harry Conway.
Oh, phenomenal. This is going to be excellent.
Met Harry Conway a month or so back.
This is already a great start. I love where this is going.
And as a man who is 6'6", this is Joseph we're talking about, who's 6'6". It's not often that I have to look up to someone. Width and driving, immediate call of 2. Won't quite get much more than that. James Sales was around there quickly as a sweeper on the offside. Yeah, then goes on to sing his praises and say he's just as talkative off the field, and he's a great chap.
Excellent stuff, and he's absolutely box office. We've really enjoyed watching him here at the Banks Homes Riverside, and no doubt all the guys down at Northamptonshire enjoy watching him week in, week out.
This one tucked away on the hips, down towards long leg. These will take the single and get off strike, keeping it around about that 3.5 and over. That is required by the run rate, which is in pretty much parity right now at 3.7 each.
Oh, this game's just set up so well. I'm so excited. It's not often you get this situation where it's effectively win-lose cricket now. The draw's been taken out of the equation. It's the only way that these teams get something from this game, in addition to the 7 bonus points apiece they've picked up, is by winning the game. So that means Durham have to go out and get the runs. They have to look to play some run-scoring shots. And Northants have to take the wickets, which mean they've got to take a few risks, maybe pitch the ball up a bit, maybe accept the fact that you're going to get hit for some runs, put in some funky fields, and try and make things happen. So it's going to be a really exciting and intriguing final few hours.
Yeah, and especially as well, because down in Canterbury, you've got Kent and Middlesex both against each other.
Yeah.
And they're 3rd and 4th in the division. So not only will Durham and Northamptonshire be looking at each other, but they'll also be having a half an eye peek down and looking, well, whatever happens down there at the moment, Middlesex need 167 more runs. Kent need 6 more wickets to win. So they'll be looking over their shoulders.
Of course, it's not a complete impossibility that this game does end up in a draw. There's a situation in which maybe Durham lose a few wickets and decide that it's better to take the points from a draw and remain at the top of the table than risk losing. But I think the likelihood is there'll be a result here. And it's a good reward for anyone who sunk 3.5 good days into watching this match. And it's nice for us, having been here for every ball, that we'll have an exciting finish. And talking of exciting finishes, well, Callum Parkinson's going for a net. Oh, there's the footholes. It's turned away for a single. Going for a net with Graham Onions. And why I say that's exciting is because if Callum Parkinson does bat, well, that suggests the game is on a knife edge and Northampton would be 1 wicket away from a win. And who knows how many runs he'd need to get with the bat for Durham to win.
Yeah, and you know for a fact with the amount of hard work that Callum Parkinson's done through the winter on his batting, really starting to reap rewards and results throughout the first half of this county championship season. He'd be well up for that battle.
Pulled in front of square, and it's pulled hard. And despite the chase of James Sales, it's pulled for 4. The first boundary of this afternoon session.
Yeah, lovely shot that from Will Rhodes. Hopefully for him, that'll just alleviate a little bit of pressure on him for himself. 11 off 31 now. He's had to really dig in through this early afternoon session and the back end of lunch as well. That's a beautiful just heave over the covers.
Talking of one-off meetings with tall people, I was in Clapham Town not so long ago, South London, when I was dragged into Oliver Bonus. Not my first choice. Sure, that's in the footholes and it's turned, but Rhodes is able to just ride it with the spin and flick it away for a single.
For the uninitiated of us, what is...
I don't really know. It's sort of a fancy homeware store. And I saw a man who looks really similar to Zach Crawley. I thought, hang on. It's hit the pad, but it's well outside the line, and Alex Lees is at least pretending to play a shot. So it's not out to end the over. Good over for Durham, 6 from it, 81 for 1, 215 to win. And I was 80% sure that this man was Zach Crawley because he looked a lot like him. And then he stood up. And at that moment, I was pretty convinced as I towered, craned my neck back, that it was indeed Zach Crawley.
Wow.
Shopping in Oliver Bonus. And to be fair to him, so was I.
We'll have a bit of chance encounters. Joseph's actually chipped back in with a little bit
more. Oh, excellent. More Conway.
More of the Conway story as he's coming into bowl once again. This will be the 4th over of his second spell.
Bit of bounce. Lovely.
Yeah. Tucked away off the hip, though. Navigated by Will Rhodes. He moves on to 13, not out. Yeah, keep all these stories and everything coming, either from the YouTube live stream comment section or via email at streaming@durhamcricket.co.uk. Joseph Tyrrell mentions that he asked Harry Conway if he ever had back pain. And he said, yeah, quite a bit. He also asked if he ever had cut a hole in his landing foot, as some fast bowlers do. He said that he doesn't, which is good to hear.
Joseph, please tell me you asked him what size his feet are. You can't talk about his boots by saying, oh, but by the way, incidentally, what size are those boots? Surely that came up.
Yeah.
I'm going anywhere between 13 to 15.
Easily.
They are great work, lads.
From footwear.
I can't see any holes in them, though.
No, they're quite clean footwear, actually. Bit of white, bit of blue, the red strap on top as well.
Yeah, any more chance encounters with cricketers or any fun stories, let us know.
Edge gone! Zipped to second slip quickly, but it was a snap take. And Alex Lees, as he was racing away, has to go for 39. Harry Conway has been plugging away since after lunch, and he has his breakthrough of the Durham captain. It's caught by Calvin Harrison. Alex Lees goes for 39, and Durham 82 for 2.
That's a really good catch. You'd expect him to take it in the slips, but it's gone to him quickly at about shoulder height. And he's taken it fingers up just in front of his face. Alex Lees looks pretty dismayed at himself. He's gone attacking, he's gone on the drive. He's played the ball just a touch in front of his body, It's taken the edge, which brings David Beddingham to the crease. Of course, we mentioned earlier in the season he was part of that mammoth partnership with Emilio Gay as Durham chased down 336 against Lancashire. Well, what Durham would do now for an innings like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't have the finest innings on day 2. Only managed to ratchet up the 8 runs before being caught behind by Vasconcelos off the bowling of Harry Conway. Even with the 685 runs that he's accumulated for the county in this county championship season, it's been a little bit of tough going over the past game or two for Beddingham. What he and what Durham would love for him to have another really big traditional David Beddingham innings. As Joseph's come back in again. Size 14s for Harry Conway.
Is that an official word or is that a guess?
That is, I believe, an official word.
Phenomenal.
Full face defensive after, as Joseph said, the big size 14s bounded in to get the wicket. Joseph's size 12 to 13, so that's some doing. Already to get bigger than that.
It's a lot of shoe.
That is a lot of shoe.
Getting your money's worth, I guess. Paying the same amount for a size 13 as you are a size 8. Think how much extra material you're getting.
Yeah, it's not a bad problem to have in that regard, is it? 2 more balls left in this Harry Conway over. I'd love a second one. Down the leg side. Thought that he'd helped it down to Vasconcelos. Nottinghamshire right up for this now, as you'd expect, with the wicket falling. 57 more overs left in the day, plus the potential for the extra half an hour. If the umpires think that they can get a result from this. Cricketer by day, NBA by night. I love that. Harry Conway. Oh, big appeal. Conway continuing the appeal. But it won't be one that the umpire will be interested in. He gets a breakthrough, though, with another over before lunch. Durham 82 for 2.
And there we go. What would Durham do for this man in the side right now? Of course, taken out of the game by the ECB. He's just been for a little hit in the nets with Bryden Cast. That's another name that we haven't heard for a while. He's been out injured. And those are 2 players that you'd think will be playing for England very soon. Ben Stokes back in the squad for the 3rd test at Trent Bridge. Bryden Cast having to wait a little longer. Harrison's continues, but I imagine we'll be seeing Bryden Cast in a Durham shirt very soon. Almost back from his rehab.
Yeah, we'll certainly hope so. He has a few summer engagements as well with some franchise cricket.
Full toss.
Oof.
Given it's just desserts and Rhodes. Absolutely hammers it to the boundary. And that lead at 210, not far away from starting with a 1.
Yeah, like you say though, full toss given the treatment by Will Rhodes.
Yeah, an absolute 4-ball. That one's turned leg side. Even though it's pitching on about 5th stump, Rhodes happy just to turn it away with the spin. The ball spinning in towards him. And that's shouts of catch it. It goes to George Bartlett at short leg on the bounce. And he's in the game here. He's right in the game. I said a few overs ago how important this passage of play is. That's just missed the footholds, but it's a dangerous area from Harrison. I said how important this passage of players. It's even more important now that Durham have lost Alex Lees. They need to consolidate. Bedingham just needs to settle in, build a little bit of a partnership as the momentum swings back towards Northants. And they just need to get through this period. Get through Conway. Get through Sanderson. And the longer you're out there, the more runs you'll get. Turned away, leg side, and they'll come back for a couple. And it's an interesting challenge now for Harrison to bowl against the right hand. Probably not what he'd prefer. But still plenty of options there with that rough outside leg stump. It's the end of the over. And that lead now. Just 207 to win.
Yeah, we touched on briefly about the partnerships that Durham are going to need to build up and sustain throughout this innings if they are going to chase down that 207 successfully. The first 2 wicket partnerships, certainly not bad by any stretch of the imagination. 48 between Leeds and McKinney, and 34 before Leeds and Rhodes. So if they can continue on that pace, Durham, with sort of 30 to 40 run partnerships throughout their remaining wickets, they'll get there in quite handsome time. It just will be about navigating those tricky first 2, 3, 4 overs with a new batter at the crease, getting them their sights in, and then starting to find a few gaps.
He kept a little low, I reckon. Conway still with hands on heads. McSweeney's looking everywhere for a bit of sweat to polish up that ball. I think he's gone for chest area that time. Ash was saying we've seen armpits in the past. That's a bit far. Anything for a shiny ball.
Slightly back of a length there from Conway. Rhodes will just drop that into mid-wicket in a game that, according to Joseph, could very well be Harry Conway's last game for the season for Northamptonshire as well. His contract extended before this block of 2. Another point to make is that Sales took a few grabs at short leg last season, so maybe look for him to come into the back pad at some point later on in the game. That'd be a real shame. Conway and Rhodes just having a quick chat. Rhodes calling for the drink.
Well, as I said, Conway's never far from a conversation, is he?
Yeah, he was having a chat with
hang on.
umpire Goff on the way back to his mark before that ball before.
We're having a drink mid-over. Is there an injury?
Maybe. Might be Rhodes here asking for a painkiller or two. Brought the towel out. The umpire's now going to come together briefly here.
It's just a drink and a towel. Duane Olivier running on the drinks. Just a towel, a drink and a chat. Maybe a tactic or two. What's that tactical talk? All right, Will. Yep, don't get out. It's slightly confusing. He had a chat with Conway beforehand, maybe asking for permission, but
We'll see Vic's making his way on here as well to the ground.
oh, are we foothold problems? I reckon.
Possibly.
Vic Domain, head of ground staff.
We're getting the shovel out as well. So maybe a bit of sawdust needed. There's Vic. Hammer in hand, dustpan and brush for the pot that you'd probably see a little bit more around the horse stables.
a good old bash. There you go. Knock it back into shape. Good work on the hammer.
Tell you what, it looks like if you hand it a game of whack-a-mole.
What's this little contraption on the right? It looks like something that you'd use to make a golf hole, but it's just a big old whacker.
Yeah.
It's the flat bottom whacker. I think that's the technical term. He's going to give it a good whack, is Ben.
Yeah, I think just evening out the foothold here from where the indents have been made, it's just made things a little uneven, potentially a little bit unsafe for the bowlers. So just wanting to make sure that they are protecting themselves as much as possible. Don't want a right twisted ankle on the way down on a follow through.
Going to earn himself a good old sit down now, Vic. Striding off.
Thought I heard a singular round of applause there as well as Vic was making his way off the ground.
So I don't think the Northants bowlers will mind this little break. Just break up the concentration of these two. Bedingham only faced 4 deliveries. Still very much playing himself in.
Fine leg just being encouraged a little finer. It's width, but it's bottom edged by David Bedingham. You can see what he was trying to do with that shot. Get on the front foot, carve that through. Pretty vacant cover region.
Yeah, a bit of a miscue, but it was there to hit. Pretty safe shot in the end. We do have McSweeney in at a catching cover. Just if Bedingham is to get through that shot a little early. James Sales the same on the leg side, albeit maybe a touch further back. There he is, James Sales. He bowled nicely in the first innings. And I wonder whether we might see him at some point today. With 55 overs to get through, I reckon we will. Although Harrison is going to get through a few more in this second innings than he did in his first, I reckon.
Yeah, 15 overs for Harrison in that first innings. 15 overs for Sales as well. Going for roughly similar run totals. Bedingham, for now, will remain unmoved. Just the 1 run from that over. That was slightly truncated with a bit of ground readjustment. Durham 90 for 2 with 206 runs more to find.
Calvin Harrison is going to continue from the Lumley end. It's just something different as well. It's a different challenge. More movement off the surface, less through the air. You've got George Bartlett for very close company. It's turned away, but no run. Diving McSweeney cuts that one off. Durham yet to really attack Harrison. It's been a more defensive mindset so far. He's bowling well, he's putting it in good areas. But when he has bowled a slightly loose one, like we had the full toss last over, Rhodes was more than happy to whack it away to the ropes. Just turning it away into the leg side, as he has done for the majority of the time against this leg spinning delivery. Keen to hit with the spin.
Ooh.
And that spun past everybody. It's going to be a good chase. I think he's just about got there in time as Nathan McSweeney. And he saves a couple. But that's the first real signs we've seen of genuine turn.
Yeah, clipped off the pad as well. It's gone as leg buys. 2 of them. Like maybe a little bit more dragged down as well there from Calvin Harrison. Like it came through a little quicker.
Again, even though that's pitched on about 6th stump, Will Rhodes just getting right across and turning it leg side. So as soon as you're hitting against the spin, you're being a bit braver. The safe option is going with the spin. George Bartlett was interested, and they sneak through for a single. And that's really good running, not letting the pressure build up too much. That was the 5th ball that Rhodes had faced. And it's the end of the over. So he will keep the strike. That lead now down to 202. It's 203 to win. Or, of course, 8 wickets, whichever comes first.
Yeah, and you feel that this game is going to get down to that point, looking at that number that either team have remaining in their respective targets left to find. Conway going to continue. This will be over number 6 for him after the lunch break. Call of no run there from Will Rhodes, who's on 20. Can Gus Miller bowl? No, Colin Ackerman couldn't.
Well, I doubt it. That would injury. Oh, that's a great question.
Because it's an injury.
It's an injury, isn't it? It's not an ECB substitution.
Yeah. It's a good question.
Well, can Gus Miller bowl is a great question. Relative not only to the context of this game, but in general. Let's have a look.
Tucked away. Down to long leg. Yeah, it's been a hot topic of conversation generally throughout the County Championship this season, with the injury replacement substitutions, their limitations, what they're allowed to do. Obviously, the Ben Stokes situation, a little bit different because it's not the injury replacement, it's the ECB directive.
Just had a little look online, and I'd suggest Gus Miller won't bowl, whether he's allowed to or not.
Little down leg side, clipped through the gap in mid-wicket.
Although, I guess now is as good a time as any for your maiden first-class wicket.
I mean, if Ben McKinney can get a maiden first-class wicket across this weekend, then I reckon anyone can.
I was speaking to Ash yesterday on the stream, and he was saying that McKinney's been working really hard on his bowling recently. It's been a skill that he wants to add to his game. Try and become more of a genuine option with the ball.
Ooh, that one had a little bit more carry through. Will Rhodes ducking the head out of the way as that zipped through.
It's flown through. It's gone over the shoulder of the bat. Conway, from his lofty release point, just getting a bit of extra carry.
Two more balls left in this over. Can't imagine Harry Conway will have too many overs left after this as well in his spell. Call no run from Will Rhodes. I think Casey Aldridge making his way back from the nets. Callum Parkinson came through about 5 minutes earlier.
George Scrimshaw's got an ISO gel and a bottle of water ready to run on. I think he miscounted. He was halfway onto the pitch before he realised the over was still going on.
Oh, and it's a half think, half leave from Rhodes, which will prompt George Scrimshaw to go and deliver those goodies.
Well, in fact, he's given the bottle to Luke Proctor, who is the Northants captain. Although he's now out of the game, you can see he's just to the left of Casey Aldridge and co. You can see on his left hand he's got some strapping on that little finger, which is the one he's broken. And I was wondering why he's in full whites, given that he's out of the game, he can't come back onto the field. And I guess the reason is so that he can run drinks on. Calvin Harrison continues. Bedingham goes back. I believe the rule remains that you have to be in full match whites in order to run drinks on. So he's giving himself that option by being in the trousers. And whether that's just to give some tactical thoughts and feelings to Nathan McSweeney and co, or just be a part of the game again. It's an interesting development which you didn't see yesterday. He was resolutely in training kit yesterday. That's a good area from Harrison, just pitching around leg.
Yeah, I like it though from Proctor. I think, like you say, to be that still on presence on site, tactical insight and analysis to pass on information on to McSweeney.
Driven for a single. It's like in the 2016 European Championship final when Ronaldo got injured and then effectively became stand-in coach. Now Luke Proctor's not doing that to quite the same intensity as Ronaldo did. But he did hand the drink over to Ben Sanderson nonetheless. Back around the wicket to the left-hander. A tad short, so Rhodes can sit back, turn it away for another single. He's been tight, Harrison, barring the odd loose ball. It's been difficult to get away. So it's felt, at least. That's kept out by Bedingham. It's the end of a good over. All round, good cricket, 2 from it. 97 for 2. But more importantly, that lead is now into the 100s. 199 to win. Or, of course, 8 wickets.
8 wickets. Yep. That's going to be the numbers that we're going to look at. And that run rate now will start to play a little bit more into consideration. So it looks like we might have a bowling change from the Finkel end. I surmised that Harry Conway might not be getting 1 or 2 more overs after the 6th that he concluded. So it's going to be a return for Ben Sanderson. Bowled a long 8-over spell. First thing with the new ball this afternoon. 8 overs, figures of none for 19. With 2 maidens, one at the start and one at the end of his spell. Happy with what they see first ball up so far, Northamptonshire.
This ball's into its 29th over, so it's not in its first flush of youth, but it will still have just a little bit of life in it. They've been pretty keen on shining it. They've kept good care of the ball. I've not seen loads of movement from the seamers.
Clipped away through square leg of the pads of Rhodes.
Sanderson's first spell was phenomenal, especially that over to Will Rhodes. We did see a bit of movement there. The ball just holding in the pitch a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see if he's still getting it to talk a little bit. The Durham batters seed off the majority of the new ball. They've gone through a few change of bowlers as well. And they'll be quite interested in seeing who's going to replace Harrison at the other end, at the Lumley end.
Sanderson with his first look at a right-handed batter as well today against David Bedingham. Faced up against exclusively lefties throughout the initial part of this innings. Alex Lees, Ben McKinney and Will Rhodes is at the non-strikers end. Down the ground and straight into the non-striker's stumps. Will Rhodes was grounded pretty quickly there.
Well, you quite literally can't hit it straighter than that. Middle stump, out the ground. And it saved 4 runs there. That was flying. That brings back a moment I was talking about yesterday. Earlier this summer in a county under-18s game, when a batter has hit it so hard at the non-striker's end that it's hit middle stump, rebounded, and hit his own stumps. And he was given out bowled. That law has now been changed, so that if that happens again, it will be a dead ball. So you can no longer be bowled off your own batting.
That's got to be a horrible feeling. There's quite a few horrible feelings in cricket. Dropping a catch, I think, being run out when you're halfway out of your ground, you know for a fact you're being run out, that sense of impending doom of, oh no.
I think also being the one who runs somebody out, that's never a nice feeling, because you feel a lot of pressure to make up those runs. But yeah, getting bowled off your own batting might have some sort of sense of satisfaction to it, because he absolutely minced it, as did Will Rhodes.
That's the end of that over. Just the 1 run from it. Could have been 4 extra if it wasn't for the non-strikers end stumps off the bat of David Bedingham. 98 for 2. 198 left to win. Or 8 wickets.
Can't forget those 8 wickets. Both teams well in this game.
Ian's blaming the potholes.
Conway out the attack from the Finkel end. But Harrison still in the attack from the Lumley end, and I imagine he's going to roll through quite a few. James Sells just having a little problem with the carpets there. That's how wide it's got to be to tempt Will Rhodes into playing an offside shot. That's landed maybe 2.5 sets of stumps outside. It's not far away from the potholes, so Harrison will like the look of that shot. Fascinating period of cricket. Durham's run rate just slowed. They found it difficult against Harrison. Found difficult to rotate the strike, especially.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want out of your spinner, especially if they are just going to do what it seems like Harrison is, just hold down one end. Just pile that pressure on and let the seamers try and be the ones to enterprise a little bit more.
His last 3 overs, Calvin Harrison has bowled 5 or more deliveries at the same batter. So he's able to just build up a little pressure, build a little bit of a plan, and it's 5 dots in a row against Will Rhodes. So that's now 4 overs in a row. He's managed to just peg one batter back. Turn leg side, it'll be another maiden for Harrison. He rattled through that one as well, it was quick. 50 overs to go in the day. They'll remain 2 down, the lead just a touch under 200.
We're continuing to have a little bit of a peek over at what's going on in Canterbury as well. Battle between Kent and Middlesex. It's 3rd versus 4th in the 2nd division. Middlesex need 146 more runs. Kent only need 4 more wickets. Middlesex are 85 for 6 in their 2nd innings. Sanderson can continue up against David Bedingham. The other game, incidentally, in Division 2 is Gloucestershire against Worcestershire, which seems like it's going to be potentially destined for a draw, although Gloucestershire are 9 down in their 2nd innings. and only have a 77-run lead. So it might not be as clear-cut as 8. We'll shake hands at 5 o'clock down there. Off the hips and run down to fine leg by Bedingham. I'll get on strike. Gloucestershire have struggled in the second division this season. Just the one win to their name out of the 7 previously played games. Sitting on 38 points, quite a way adrift of Worcestershire ahead of them, who are on 79. Oh, big appeal. There was a noise, but I think it might have been more pad than bat that it's flicked through to Vasconcelos. Michael Goff, the umpire, turns away. Nathan McSweeney now asking the question.
A word on Vasconcelos, because he was positioned for the first 2 balls this over up to the stumps when Bedingham was batting. And he's now taken the helmet off and he's standing back to Rhodes, which may just be on the angle, because as we saw there from Sanderson, as he strays a bit straight, he can go down the leg side. It's a good diving take from Vasconcelos, and it becomes a whole lot harder if he's up to the stumps. It's an interesting move, because we've seen it more in the first innings as a reactive move to... There was initially Stokes coming down the pitch and using his feet, and we saw it with a few others as well. But it's now being used as a proactive move. So Bedingham, in his 19 deliveries, hasn't hinted at coming down the track. But nonetheless, Northampton's just seeing it as advantageous positioning to have Vasconcelos up, adding in another potential mode of dismissal.
Half a cry of how is he? A lot going on in that delivery. Runs all the way down to fine leg. Will Rhodes will get through for 2 leg byes, and it'll bring up the 100 for Durham. 101 for 2 in just under 2 hours time. But it is less the total number in terms of the innings itself than the deficit. That's where they're needing to look. 195 remains, or 8 wickets for Northamptonshire to come away with a victory out of this themselves. That's the end of that over. Durham 101 for 2.
Imagine it'll be Harrison to continue, and it looks like it will be. The other options, you've got James Sales, who is yet to bowl in this innings, and Liam Guthrie, who was a tad expensive, didn't quite find his rhythm. Harrison has found his rhythm. He's been very difficult to get away. Bedingham goes back. I think the key here for Harrison is if Bedingham goes back, he'll want it just to slide on a little bit. And if he comes forward, he'll want it just to nibble in the surface. Punches this one through the covers for 1, which will bring Rhodes on strike, which is probably preferable from Harrison's point of view. There's just an extra mode of dismissal added in, or at least made easier. George Bartlett's more in the game against the left-hander than he is against the right-hander, because everything now is turning towards the leg side. The ball's spinning that way, and Will Rhodes is favouring playing it into the leg side. But that's fairly safe. It's, on the whole, not that shot that we see, this little turn of the leg side. It's not that which is going to go to Bartlett. It's the one where he tries to play straighter and the ball turns and catches an edge. He's missed it. The finger goes up. And Will Rhodes is trapped in front for 23. And with 194 runs to win, Durham lose their third wicket.
Yeah, well bowled there from Calvin Harrison. He's been asking all the right questions in all the right areas. My initial reaction on live watch that height was maybe the issue or could have been an issue. But umpire Treadwell didn't think it was an issue at all. He had a close LBW shout before lunch that was turned away. This time he gets the raise of the umpire's finger. Rhodes gone for 23. Durham 3 wickets down with 194 runs still yet to find.
He looked a little dismayed, Will Rhodes, when the finger went up, but I don't think he can have too many complaints. He's hit his front pad, but he's gone back. It's in the crease. And it's hit him on middle and probably careering into leg stump. As soon as you go back to the spinner, you can't miss it. Will Rhodes has missed it, and he's back in the shed. So interestingly, it's Graham Clark coming in at 5. So in the first innings, this is where Ben Stokes arrived. He's now out of the game. Colin Ackerman is in. But it's not a like-for-like replacement. Ackerman's going to come down lower in the order. And Graham Clark enters the fray in the heat of the battle. And he batted nicely in the first innings. 4 boundaries to his name before he was trapped. LBW bowled Sanderson. But it's now going to be the pace off of Calvin Harrison with which he's got to contend. And now 2 right-handers at the crease offers less for Harrison. I wonder if we'll maybe see Nathan McSweeney bring himself into the attack and get it turning out the footholes back into the right-hander. Effectively the reverse of what Harrison's been doing to the left-handers. But at least for the minute and from the Finkel end, it's going to be the continuation of Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, it's quite apt and quite funny as well that was an LBW dismissal, because we were mentioning about odd dismissals a few moments ago. And Joseph has chimed in and reminded us again of an odd dismissal that happened yesterday up in Division 1. Sanderson comes in. It's a no ball. First one of the innings. So we'll have to bowl that one again. But yeah, Leicestershire and Ajaz Patel to James Wharton was given out LBW, but the ball actually continued on and dislodged the bail. So it was out technically 2 ways, but the scorecard reflected shows bowled.
Oh, so it wasn't LBW, it's given out bowled.
It was given out bowled,
right.
as according to the law. But
Did they all go up and appeal?
yes, so they've gone up and appealed. The umpire has raised the finger for what looked to be LBW, but the bail has then continued on. The ball's continued on its path and dislodged the bail. But in a huge game in that match as well for Leicestershire, winning their first county championship Division 1 match in 23 years.
Wow.
8,318 days. That one hits the pad. Sanderson is interested, as is the rest of the cordon. Umpire Goff with no signal indicating that there was some bat.
Yeah, definitely. Big inside edge from Graham Clark. Yeah, Leicestershire struggled in Division 1. Only really been competitive in a few games. It seems like they were more competitive. More than competitive this week.
Yeah, an innings and 39 runs. They ended up beating Yorkshire by. Bedingham gets the bat down in defence. And yet again, this is another instance, isn't it, George, of both these batters having to dig in, get themselves a solid foundation and partnership built up. and then start to try and kick on.
Yeah, it's the old cliche. Cricket's all about partnerships. This one in its infancy. Things start to go downhill pretty quickly when you lose wickets in clusters. And it's teetering on the edge of what we say first. Is it 190 to win or 7 wickets?
Yeah, and that run rate required now up at 4 and over required, which is the first time that it's hit those heights for Durham today.
Yeah, I think it's all more or less one of the same. 3.7 up to 4 does show that Durham have been below the rate, and the 3 wickets probably contribute to that, but it'll still be wickets at the forefront of their mind. And if these two can stay at the crease as this ball continues to get older and the bowlers continue to get more tired, and that total continues, or the target continues to come down. So the game's all about wickets.
Last ball of this over from Sanderson. Rising up high is David Bedingham. And there's no run there. 4 runs off that over, though. That does meet the required rate. Durham, 190 runs to win for Northamptonshire. It's 7 more wickets to find, as we have 47 more overs at minimum remaining in the final day.
Calvin Harrison will continue fresh off the wicket in the last over. He got Will Rhodes pegged LBW. He's now got the 2 right-hand combinations, so I suggested we might see a bit of off break, but if we will, it's not yet. McSweeney was used fairly frequently in the first innings. He got through 9 overs, but he's yet to bring himself on as standing captain. And for the minute, there's no need because Harrison's bowling beautifully. 1 wicket for 28 off his 9. You like the look of that as well. The momentum just swinging back to Northants. 190 to win. Still a lot of runs. There's a lot of work to do for Durham. Session and a half still to play. Driven. It's well stopped by the blue shoes of Gus Miller. And there's a shout of catch because it was in the air for maybe 5 metres. And James Sales was interested for half a second. But it was a shot played in control by Graham Clark. Bedingham back on strike. Inside edge, and Bartlett got a hand to it, but it came to him on the bounce. Calvin Harrison's feeling like he's in the game. Cut to McSweeney, no run, as this match continues to feel like it's on a knife edge, just teetering on the verge of going either way. And at the minute, it's still anyone's game. Impossible to call. 189 to win or 7 wickets.
Yes, absolutely. Hopefully you've been enjoying the coverage here today and throughout the entirety of the weekend. If you have been, then be sure to drop us a like on the broadcast. Subscribe to the Durham Cricket YouTube channel as well to miss out, or not miss out on any of the action. To miss out on any of the action, subscribe. No, to not miss out on any of the action remaining. That hits the pads. That's close. Maybe down leg side. Yes, if you've been enjoying the coverage and want to stick around for more county championship, One Day Cup will be kicking off very soon for the men as well next month. The remainder of the T20s, as well as hearing all the thoughts of Ryan Campbell, Danny Hazel as well for the women's side. Be sure to subscribe to the channel and drop us a follow on all the relevant social platforms as well. straightens up on Graham Clark, who has had a handy couple of contributions with the bat over in the first innings, 36, and in the one innings that Durham had to bat last week against Derbyshire as well. It's one of just 2 Durham batters to reach a half century in what was a really odd scorecard. Just Graham Clark and Ben Rain, with the latter being the highest scorer on 63. Certainly a man that's starting to make his way in stride into a little bit of form. 253 runs to his name before the game kicked off on Friday. And a cluster of players for Durham that have hovered around about that 200 to 300 run tally in the championship season so far. Oh, that is a play and a miss from Graham Clark. 2 in the slips, thinking, hoping, maybe pleading that it would catch an edge and have Durham 4 down. This is really, really strong pressure that's building up at the moment for Northamptonshire. Slightly back of a length.
Yeah, it's been really difficult to get away. Sanderson's economy sitting around 2 runs and over, as he has done all match. Just put it in the right areas. He's never been afraid of getting it up into the other half. Maybe at the minute just bowling a touch back of that length. He's been really dangerous, especially outside that off-stump line on about 4th stump.
Oh, cannons into the pads and gone! Sanderson wheeled away straight away as soon as that cannon in, didn't even bother looking back. Umpire Michael Goff. And just as we've been praising the strong work and enterprising of Ben Sanderson, he now has his breakthrough. Graham Clark goes for 2. And Durham are in a spot of bother now, 107 for 4.
This ball into its 35th over. It's just completed 35 overs, but it's still doing a bit. And that's come in quite a long way from Sanderson, who didn't even appeal. He just ran off in celebration. Just as I was saying, he's been at his best when he's been brave and pitching it up. And that was pitched up, and it brought Graham Clark onto the front foot. And as soon as he missed it, he knew his fate was sealed. Durham are 4 down, which brings us to the crease. Colin Ackerman in for Ben Stokes, who's been removed from this game by the ECB, as we've said countless times. And it's a decision that Ash and I weren't getting at all worked up over yesterday. Because Ackerman couldn't bowl, but fortunately for Durham, he's been allowed to bat. And he's in good form, 90 odd with the bat for his club in the local leagues over the weekend, and 100 for the second team against the South Asian Cricket Academy. That was a couple of weeks ago. So he's in fine fettle with the bat in hand, but it's Bedingham on strike as Harrison continues. Bedingham punches it just past Sanderson all the way to Liam Guthrie and takes a single, which will bring Ackerman on strike. Just the one first-class game for him so far this year for the Dutch international. And he's received an absolute beauty first up. Drifting in and spinning away. It's the leg spinner's dreams. And just for good measure, Vasconcelos has whipped off his bails just in case his back foot did slip out the crease. Quite the start to the game for Colin Ackerman. Big stride forward to try and mitigate any spin that may be in the surface. His role in this game has been reduced mainly to just sweeping out on the boundary. It's been wrapped on the pad, and that's a big shout. But it's judged not out by umpire Treadwell. Having seen the replay, fairly, I think. May have even hit him outside the line of leg stump, not quite spinning enough. Driving to Miller, thinks about the single. But they don't take it, and now Miller goes back into a sort of halfway house at mid-off, offering up the single for Ackerman. Shouts to catch it, but it actually just plodded straight into the ground off his pad. So an exciting over. As you see those conditions, gloomy, overcast, and the floodlights shining. Hardly batting paradise. It's the end of the over, one from it. Durham 188 to win, or 6 wickets.
Yeah, well, you mentioned the conditions there, George. Hasn't quite done or given a lot of extra to the ball. We said there's not been a great deal of movement from it. This ball now 36 overs old, so going to be a little harder to get much out of it. It's been, if anything, the surface that has been helping out. In fact, Nathan McSweeney is actually going to ask the question of umpire Goff about the shape of the ball. We've seen the rings being broken out a few times across the weekend, successfully for Durham back on day one. It's actually the scissors that are being brought out this time to just trim a little bit of extra material.
It must be noted, just in that last over, the Sanderson wicket to Graham Clark. It did move in the air, in swinging to the pads of Graham Clark. So we'll see if he can continue to extract any more movement.
That one turned away in front of Saif Zaib, who's had a couple of mishaps in the field, nothing too extreme, just giving away 1 or 2 extra singles in the later stages of the morning session, but has tidied things up the last times that he's been called into play.
Solid from Beddingham. Big old stride. Played it right under his eyes. We have seen a few times in this innings and in the Northants second innings, players just reaching for it a touch and playing it out in front of their body. And chipping it aerially. But Beddingham intent on playing it especially late. Important with any movement that may be on offer from a 4th day pitch.
Straightens up there. Still no run. Beddingham very patiently at the moment. 8 on 33. The run rate's really starting to reflect that now. Required run rate up at 4.3. Durham hovering around 3 in their current situation. So they're going to need to start to get a bit of a move on. Or at least consider getting a move on.
It's a really important innings, this, for David Beddingham. He's the experienced batter throughout this lineup. We're now into Ackerman, and then it's a deep Durham lineup, but Ackerman, Robinson, who batted very well in the first innings, then into all-rounders Aldridge, Rain, Potts and Parkinson. Do you think it's David Beddingham who's got to spearhead this knock? He's been in decent form throughout this season. 3 tons to his name. One of those, as we mentioned earlier, coming in that mammoth 336 run chase against Lancashire here at the Banks Homes Riverside. A ton in April, a ton in May. And then scores of 83, 74 and 49 coming into this game, where he got 8 in the first innings. He's on 8 not out here today. And if Durham are going to go on and win this game, you'd think that David Bedingham would have to chip in with quite a few runs.
Well, he won't do so in this over. It's back-to-back maidens for Ben Sanderson. So it keeps Durham on 108 for 4.
And of course, Durham more than capable of finding 188 runs lower down the order. However, I just don't think anyone can take it going that close. Not good for the old ticker, as Harrison continues. Ackerman defends. A big day for Ackerman as well, who wasn't expecting to play this week. And it would have come as much of a shock to him as it did to everybody else that he was drafted in at last minute notice. And by last minute, I mean midway through the match. And all of a sudden, he's been thrown into the fire. Coming in after a few quick wickets have been lost. And with David Bedingham, his task now is to just quell that momentum. Northant's definitely feeling like they are on top at the minute. Durham today have struggled to accumulate runs at any great rate. That's not the main issue at the minute. The main issue is keeping the number 4 in the wickets column.
Yeah, maybe there's a possibility here from Bedingham and Ackerman. They're just trying to get through the spells of these current bowlers.
Good single. McSweeney missed fields. Not that it would have made much difference. Definitely got to get through these spells. Sanderson looking increasingly dangerous from the Finkel end. And Harrison from the Lumley end. All day has been difficult to get away. But there's no respite. You've got Harry Conway and Liam Guthrie, who are going to be the change bowlers when these two are done. There's a pressure release. David Bedingham going over the top. All the way for 6. And that is a classy shot from a classy player.
Yeah, it's exactly what you'd come to expect from David Bedingham. A little bit more flamboyant from what the situation has been. But like you say, a great way to relieve pressure. Just let the hands go free. Right down through to long off and into the car park.
I think Gus Miller's going to need a ticket to get back into the ground when he retrieves this. He's gone miles.
He's gone all the way past the Aztec colour print stand. Right down the ground, just at the top of your picture there, you can see on the right-hand side. He's making his way back onto the ground.
That'll be 20 quid, please, mate. No, I'm playing. I'm on the field right now. Yeah, not with those blue shoes, you're not. Come on, pay up.
That's all right. Break out the guitar and the fancy feet, and they can just say he's the tea interval entertainment. Get the hips swaying. Oh, that reminds me of the great Freddie Flintoff.
Oh, phenomenal.
Elvis and cricket. His rendition of In the Ghetto during the Big Bash on Hot Mic. One of my favourite moments of watching cricket. That was just quality.
He did the same over in England many times. I'm going back to T20 finals day, maybe 2016. I was there at Edgbaston as him and Bumble were performing at one of the breaks in between the matches, and he was walking backwards, tripped over one of the big speakers and stacked it. Took it in good spirits, as you'd expect from Freddie Flintoff.
straightened up. Clipped off the pads, though. Worked well by Colin Ackerman. Makes his way up onto 2. Yeah, I'll need to watch that clip at the...
I'm just trying to find it for you here.
At the tea interval. That would be brilliant.
I think he whips out his Elvis impression to anyone who will look or listen.
It's a quality impression, though.
Here we go, I've got it for
I've got
you.
to give him his flowers.
We'll have a little watch at the end of the over.
Bit of width. Good take from Vasconcelos, who's keeping up to the stumps. Yet again, this time to David Bedingham. Simon Meadows offering up the third alternative outcome for this matchup. And posing the question, at what point do you think Durham will shut up shop and play for the draw?
Yeah, that is an interesting question, and it's one I've been considering myself. Good glove work. And it's one I posed early on when Durham were either, I think, no wickets down at that time. And I was saying that, of course, the match could end in a draw. We'd expect a result, but it could end in a draw if Durham lose some early wickets, and they think that the total's then too chase the big. It's not worth too big to chase. Sorry, not worth the risk. And at that point, they will shut up. And I think it's not far away. We'll see another wicket if that comes, which will bring Ollie Robinson to the crease, who performed well in the first innings and is capable of some aggressive batting. And then after that, more than capable, and more than capable of holding on if that's what the situation requires. It's a long time, a session and a half. But then again, 180 is a lot of runs to win. So I think we'll see how the next 20, 30 minutes plays out.
Oh, helped around the corner. Races away. It's a good dive down there at fine leg. Very, very handy dive. And it's going to be kept to just the 2.
Excellent work. Definitely saved 2 runs, which could be very important come the end of the day. So we'll give it 20, 30 minutes. And this ball now, into its 40th over, run scoring might become easier. And as the bowlers get tired and we see Sanderson's spell come to an end, maybe Harrison will eventually come off at some point, then maybe Durham will be able to just slightly counter. But you're right, at the minute, Northants are definitely on top, and it's suddenly switched back to being their game to win. It was our director Steve, who's now, I believe, up on the roof doing some camera work, who suggested at the change of innings that this was actually a really positive move for Northants. Ooh, it's just not really bounced, but Ackerman adjusts. Because if they had it their way, they'd probably still be batting now, or at least they would have batted up to lunch with a lead that they would have thought to be unassailable. And the game probably would have petered out to a draw. However, those early wickets forced Northants' hand, and they would have thought at the time, with a total of 290 odd to win, they would have thought their only way of getting anything from the game would be wickets. So they were almost forced into trying to take 10 wickets. It's a funny old game how it tosses and turns. They were on top on day 1, Durham fought back on day 2, and it was Durham on top on day 3. And when the 3 wickets fell this morning, with the target under 300, it was very much Durham's game to win, and all of a sudden it's just starting to flick back to Northants being on top. And I imagine there are still twists and turns to come. It's another maiden over from Harrison, who's been superb and has kept the run scoring down and has kept the pressure on. And at the end of the over, Durham 118 for 4. We're still 178 runs to win.
Looks like we are going to get a change of bowling. Ben Sanderson, after picking up a wicket in that second spell and being pretty economical throughout it as well. His most expensive over going for 4 in that period. It's going to be the return of Harry Conway, who equally has been very economical. Only his second over of the innings going for 9. The sole blemish. Besides that, there's only 2 overs that have gone for 3. So really economical for his 1 for 21 off 9 overs so far. And he is welcomed back to the crease by a little push through the covers by David Beddingham. Makes his way up to 17. There's so much exciting cricket to be played here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Some of it with an international flair as well. England versus India with a T20 here at the Banks Homes Riverside.
Speaking to Sam about that game a couple of days ago, I believe that one's sold out. That's going to be a full Banks Homes Riverside, although I'm sure there are various tickets back available on resale from people who can no longer make it. So it's worth having a look if you're interested in coming down.
Yeah, Joseph, again, chipping in and asking the question about whether the touted Indian young talent, Suryavanshi, whether he'll make an appearance at all.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous ball striker. Played for India A against, I believe it was Sri Lanka A yesterday and hit an 11 ball 50. It's just... But he's not in
incredible
that.
Talent.
He's not in the India ODI squad. He's only a young lad, of course. But ball striking that he's got has never been seen in world cricket before. Especially at his age. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Again, down the leg side from Conway.
So will we see him in the T20s? I don't know, but personally I'd love to.
I'd love to see it. I'd absolutely love to see it. I think I read something, it might have been for the ODI squad for Virat Kohli to be making a return.
Yeah, many thought that his race was run.
Straightens up and pushed to mid-wicket. Yeah, confirmation from Sam Blacklock that the India game is sold out. All general admission, hospitality and premium seat tickets are gone. But there are tickets available for the Sri Lanka ODI on the 22nd of September. Tickets available still from just £5. So be sure to head over to the Durham Cricket website to find out more information. Width and crunched away by Colin Ackerman. Not going to find the boundary rope. But it's a scoring shot nonetheless. And it keeps Durham trying to put up and keep up with task to that now 4.5 required run rate per over. 174 runs for Durham. 6 wickets for Northamptonshire. That's the equation here on day 4.
Suryavanchi's batted 34 times in T20 cricket. Almost 1,500 runs, coming at an average of 45. 4 centuries and 6 half centuries amongst them, and a strike rate of 220. Short and cut away, but there's good protection out there. Nathan McSweeney positioning himself out on the ropes. So when Harrison has drifted it short and wide, not often has it gone to the boundary, and that again helps to build pressure. We talked yesterday about good running and turning a dot ball into a single. This is the opposite. So turning a dot ball into a single puts the pressure back on the bowlers and momentum with the batting team. But what Northampton are doing here with Harrison is they're turning a 4 ball into a single, which builds the pressure on the batting team, keeps the momentum with the bowlers.
Still just trying to navigate and find a way to get through. Calvin Harrison here. Beddingham got to him a couple of overs ago with that 6.
Yeah, and that was the first time we've seen an aggressive shot against Harrison. We haven't even seen any attempts to manipulate him with sweeps or paddles or reverse sweeps or anything like that. It's been very... There's an appeal for caught behind. I believe it was pad. Beddingham doesn't seem impressed. Given not out. It's mostly been very straight batting. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. It was a surprise to see Beddingham go over the top, but the key to long form batting is that when it is there to hit, you do hit it and relieve that pressure. And it was given a half volley and he's hit it over the top for 6. But it can be difficult when you get into that mindset of just survive, don't get out. That when you're given a half volley, you're scared of hitting it. And that further builds the pressure. So it was refreshing to see, no doubt for everyone of a Durham persuasion, to see Beddingham still with an eye not necessarily to the wickets but to the total and trying to keep that ticking along. And there was another productive over for Northants. Just a couple of singles from it. The target inching down to 172, but it's still just 6 wickets to win. Oh, it's poised so finely. I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's really intriguing contest. Darren Lehman, head coach of Northamptonshire, just pacing and walking around directly below us. Trying to go with the mid-on drive. Great to see Buff still in and around the game after leaving his long tenure in charge of the Australian cricket team a few years ago. Job now with Justin Langer, of course. Little leg side and tucked away from David Beddingham. Raced away pretty quickly, but no thought to come back for the second. Partnership moving up to 18 now between Beddingham and Ackerman, which is pretty handy considering Beddingham and Clark only lasted to put up 5 runs together.
There's not any respite for this Durham pair. They had Sanderson bowling on a very tight and tidy line, and then thought, right, we'll just get through him, and then big Harry Conway comes back. And that's another really important aspect of what Calvin Harrison's been doing. As he's been tying down that Lumley end, which has allowed the seamers to rotate from the Finkel end and apply constant pressure from both ends.
Got to give some credit to Colin Ackerman here as well. 6 off 26 now, after having not played and not been selected in many county championship games this season as part of the playing 11 at the very least. Still been keeping in a little bit of rotation and touch with, as George has mentioned, local club cricket and some of the second 11 as well. He's gotten through a pretty difficult initial period for himself here. Conway with the arm up in the air. thinking that Ackerman had feathered one through to a tumbling Vasconcelos.
As I said earlier, what Harry Conway thinks isn't necessarily what has happened. Maybe a slightly performative appeal, I'd suggest.
The last ball of the over on the money, as you'd come to expect. This Northamptonshire lineup have kept things pretty tight with the bowling. Durham needing 171 runs to win. Northamptonshire 6 wickets. And we have 5 overs until tea.
Calvin Harrison to continue has been quite the spell. 14 overs he's bowled now, 1 wicket for 39.
Ooh.
Bellingham just trying to play with the spin.
Yeah, Joseph's mentioned about Calvin Harrison, even with his lengthy spell. Said he could bowl to the close of play if you let him.
And on this current form, Northampton would love that. As with the seamers at the other end. Gives them more rest. Turned away against the spin.
And he's been doing a stellar job of it as well. Economy under 3 and over at the moment. Like we say, no one really looking to attack him so far, bar that lofted drive from Bellingham.
Cuts away. Very fine. And that is going to race away for 4. Which is the first boundary we've seen since Bellingham took Harrison down the ground a few overs ago. That one probably slightly finer than he would have intended. It's still a fairly safe shot. Rocking back onto the back foot. Offered a bit of width. It's the first bit of width Harrison's offered in a while. Again, hitting with the spin. So George Bartlett is out of short leg. Has been for a while. That bat pad option not as prevalent to the right-hander. It's a fairly spread field. Fine leg is on the ropes as a long on and long off. And there's safe saves sweeping on the offside. So plenty of protection out there. Flicked away, it'll just be a single down to Conway. The main protection, or the main open area, is deep on the leg side, encouraging Bellingham to hit against the spin. But I'll have to wait a few overs. It's the end of the over the slightly gloomy and overcast Banks Homes Riverside. And it's 166 or 6 wickets to win.
And it looks like we're going to have a bowling change here. Harry Conway just getting a short 2-over burst in that spell. James Sales is going to come into the attack. Sales bowled 15 overs in the first Durham batting innings. Couldn't pick up a wicket and went for 61 runs.
But at least optically, I think he bowled better than those figures suggest. Yet Durham will still tick this off. They've seen off both the opening bowlers and they're now truly into the change bowlers.
And a few yells from Vasconcelos and the one-man slip cordon as that gets a little bit of movement into Bellingham. He turns it away down to fine leg for 1.
George Scrimshaw, substitute fielder, is on the field, and I believe it may be Ben Sanderson who's off, getting bit of treatment and some refreshments, ready to go again for another spell, because they're definitely going to need him.
Call of weight as that's run down to backward point.
We had the question earlier of at what point did Durham shut up shop? Well, as they've protected their wickets, the runs have dried up, and that rate is now up to just over 4.5 and over required, and currently striking at just 3 and over. So at some point, if they are to win this game, they're going to have to find some more runs from somewhere.
That's full. Good take from Vasconcelos. There was a little tickle on that, or at least there was a noise, but dropped quite short of Vasconcelos, tumbling to his left.
Might feel like he's missed out a little bit there, Ackerman. Full toss in his legs, but drifting perhaps slightly leg side. As you said, well taken behind the sticks.
That's a better one there from Sales. I suppose the converse conversation about that is if Durham are content to close ranks and play for the draw, the onus then comes on Northamptonshire to say, well, if you want to take something from the game, be a little bit more proactive, be a little bit more aggressive with the fields that are being set, with the bowling strategies, those kinds of things.
Absolutely, and that will become a really interesting passage of play if that does happen. And for that to happen, Northants will have to feel like they've got enough runs to play around with. And at the minute, we've got a session and 15 minutes to play. I feel they're a little short at the minute to start getting too funky, but you are right. And as Durham shut up shop with no intent to win, the onus will be on Northants to make something happen.
Oh, last ball of the James Sales over gets batted straight down into the wicket, hopped up, and thankfully went wayward off the stumps. It's just the one run off the first over from James Sales. Durham requiring 165 runs to win. Northamptonshire need to find 6 more wickets.
They think their best way of doing that at the minute is continuing with Calvin Harrison from the Lumley end. The only other bowler we've seen from that end is Liam Guthrie, who was a little expensive and didn't quite find his rhythm. There's still a more than viable option to come back at some point. George Bartlett is going to stick the helmet on again, as you can see there. But he's not going to go to a short leg. He's going to go to a leg slip or a leg gully. So I wonder what line Harrison's going to be bowling here. Whether he's going to just... Is he going to come round the wicket, actually, by the looks of it? Okay, interesting. This is going to be fun. Calvin Harrison coming round the wicket to the right-hander. And he's just going to try and land it in those footholes outside leg stump, I reckon. See what turn he can get. Yeah, absolutely. That one a touch short, though. There's a single on offer. So where do these runs come from, then?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult here, isn't it? Packed leg side field. You've got mid-wicket, wideish long on, deep square leg. Fine leg down there as well as the leg slip with Bartlett.
It's a spread field. Looked like Ackerman thought about sweeping and then fended it off. So we've got the run scoring protection out on the boundary. 2 on the offside, as you said, and 3 on the leg side. And the slight aggressiveness of this line, although Bartlett has now just taken a few paces back. And a sweep attempt has almost dragged onto the stumps. That's exactly what Harrison's going for, if he could just drift it round the legs of Ackerman and get it to really turn out those footholes. But Ackerman looking to be proactive. You can see the way he's shaping up. He's almost square onto the wicket by the time the ball's released, because it is pitching so far outside leg stump. It's from this angle we saw Shane Warne bowl the ball of the century to Mike Gatting. It's a fun one against the right-hander. He's just trying something a little bit different because he wasn't getting much purchase from over the wicket. And Bartlett's going to come back up. So Northants throwing the first punch here in terms of the tactical battle. Durham still happy just to sit back with 10 minutes until tea. Flicked away, no run. That's a great over from Harrison, just one from it. And we had that question earlier, when did Durham shut up shop? Well, they're certainly shutting up until tea, and then we'll reassess. It'll be about 160, maybe in the 150s to win in the final session, or 6 wickets. This is absolutely fascinating cricket.
Yeah, this is a really, really strong contest here. 10 minutes till tea, probably a couple of overs. James Sales will continue. Bit of encouragement echoed around from the ever-present, the ever-lively, ever-vocal Harry Conway.
The pressure's on Durham now, but if they can just keep chipping away, the more that total, the more that target comes down, the more the pressure is then on the fielding team. And it flips and flops all over the place. It's great.
Slightly back of a length there from Sales. Betting just nurses away.
I don't know if there are any Formula One fans watching. I know Ash certainly isn't. But when there's a restart behind the safety car goes in, and then the car at the front effectively chooses
the pace
when they go from the restricted speed to full speed, and they try and catch the pack off guard by going at an unpredictable time. And this is sort of like that. It's when do either of these teams go?
Leg side, and there have been good takes from Vasconcelos. That one was too far out of the way, though, from the little man. That's 4 byes to the total. And if Durham are not necessarily shutting up shop, but maybe going on a bit of a hiatus until tea, then that will certainly give them a little bit of a help.
Yeah, I was talking about where the runs are going to come from. That's an absolute freebie. Just a bit of an effort ball from Sales drifting down the leg side. But neither of these teams yet, in terms of their mindset, are quite going for it. Just waiting for the other to make a move. Durham yet to hit on the counter-attack, and Northants still with a very spread field. It's quite a safe field. Not actively seeking wickets in a way that they might later if they still have runs to play with. Fascinating tactical game at the minute.
Ackerman finds a run through the covers. Graham Onions below us, watching on after being put to work through the nets. We've seen Callum Parkinson go through there in the afternoon session. We've seen Casey Aldridge. Young James Minto, I think, made his way back about 10-15 minutes ago. Little step across there from Beddingham, trying to get inside the line.
We've just seen Nathan McSweeney warming himself up. I wonder whether he'll come into the attack. I think they're going to have to get some overs from somewhere. And that spinning back in to the right-hander might become a weapon later in the day if Durham are trying to shut up shop. I think it's all about the context of the game. And the more defensive you are, especially with that ball spinning back in, get George Bartlett in at a short leg. And in fact, Nathan McSweeney's going to have a bowl now, and with 6 minutes until the tea break, I reckon just looking to get through a couple of quick overs and maybe try and sneak an extra one in. I think we're maybe looking at 2 overs. Maybe they could squeeze in a third if they're really quick. We've seen the spinners get through overs in about 90 seconds throughout this game. And here we go. Nathan McSweeney spinning it back in to the right-handed batters. George Bartlett, as I said, in at short leg. And effectively, he's going to be doing the same thing that Harrison was doing to the left-handers, but just in reverse. So hit those footholes outside off stump. And we can see from this view behind the bowler's arm just how far outside off stump Ackerman's setting up. Can't see any of his stumps until he hits the ball, and then you can see them all behind him. So he's trying as best as he can to cover off that ball which pitches outside off and spins back in. And as long as he can get outside the line, he won't be out LBW. We see Beddingham setting up in the same way. Despite taking a guard with the umpire on middle stump, so just if you see his toes, they're maybe on 4th and a half stump. And McSweeney already not quite able to keep it as tight as his spinning teammate Calvin Harrison. 3 singles from the first 3 deliveries, but there's so much cover out on the boundary that boundary scoring is going to be difficult.
Yeah, but if Durham can just do what they have done at the start of this over, get the couple of singles, rotate the strike and bring that required run rate down a little bit more before tea.
Going back to that, McSweeney won't mind the look of that. That's how Rhodes was trapped LBW to Harrison. And as soon as you're going back on a 4th day pitch, you're just asking for a bit of variation. Just want to keep a little bit low as a bowler. So that's the end of McSweeney's first over. 3 from it, the clock at 3:37, so we'll probably only get 1 more over in from James Sales before tea, which will be taken at 20 to 4, and then play to resume around 4 o'clock, maybe a minute or 2 after, until 6 p.m, and then the possibility of extending play by half an hour. 155 to win or 6 wickets.
Yeah, the game's still very, very finely poised. And for Ackerman and Beddingham, be about seeing through these last 6 deliveries till tea. Sales can get through one of these 2 at the crease. Have Durham 5 down. Try and chase those remaining 5 wickets in the evening session. Still be a tough ask, considering, as we were mentioning, the depth of batting quality that is within the middle and lower middle Durham lineup. Ackerman turns that away backwards of square leg. Gets him off strike. Gets him up to double digits as well, up to 10. Beddingham just remarking the guard. Trying to shave every little extra second away to make sure this is the last over before tea. At 3:39. Still half the over left to go. We did manage to squeak in an extra over before lunch of spin. Full and straight there from Sales. Just aiming in on the tip of Benningham's shoe. That required run rate now is inching towards 5 and over. Durham, if they do want to take a result out of this game, almost have to look to go into one-day/T20 mode. Shorter there. It's a good dive in the covers.
Yeah, as you said, Ben, they're going to have to go a bit more. And your willingness to win comes alongside your willingness to risk losing. And if Durham are going to win this game, you'd think, based on how tight the bowling has been so far, that they will have to take a little bit of a risk. They're not going to get given 154 runs, that's for sure.
Or leg side, and it won't be 154 runs that will have to go at. It will be 149 because it's going to be a wide as well.
Having said they won't be given the runs, James Sales is doing his best. I'll have to bowl that one again. So that's 9 runs of freebies in the last 2 James Sales overs, which will frustrate him more than anyone because he's done so well to build this pressure.
And a drive with authority from David Benningham. Extra runs shaved off of that target, this time off of the bat. Puts Durham up past their 150. But that's not going to be the number that Durham are going to be looking towards. It'll be 6 wickets, the equation for Northamptonshire. Durham, 145 with 31 overs at minimum still to play this evening. It's going to be a really, really close finish here this evening at the Banks Homes Riverside. Or at least that is what it's looking like is advertised. Don't go too far. We will be back with the conclusion of this matchup in Division 2 in about 20 minutes' time.
Play will resume at 4 o'clock with a 2-hour session scheduled to conclude the game. Just a reminder that the Durham Cricket Bookstore is open during the tea interval. It can be found on the ground floor of the Media Centre. And another reminder that tomorrow, starting at 10:30 a.m, Durham women play Surrey in a Metro Bank 50 overs, 1-day cup game. That's Durham women versus Surrey tomorrow here at the Riverside, starting at 10:30 a.m. Tickets available. Here are the latest scores in the Rothesay County Championship, beginning in Division 1, Cardiff. In their second innings, Glamorgan made 197 to 3 and won by 7 wickets. Taunton, Warwickshire in their second innings are 75 for 2, needing another 239 runs to beat Somerset. In Division 2, Canterbury, in their second innings, Middlesex are 134 for 7, still needing another 97 to beat Kent. Finally at Worcester, in their second innings, Worcestershire are 23 for 1 and need another 64 runs to beat Gloucestershire.
anyway. I wasn't gone yet, but it's cool. At least I thought it was wrong when I had to trust the suit. Especially so he wasn't, yeah, they complained about it, so I should be elections, just race and all this and that, they're doing exactly the same thing. It's different. Never mind. Yeah, so it stays nice and cool, like it's just going to get warm up at night, so probably not heard nothing.
Can do.
Work on the cover sheet.
Well, the Nottinghamshire faithful getting their final words of encouragement for a mammoth evening session here at the Banks Homes Riverside this evening. Undoubtedly, there will have been some words behind closed doors said to those two as well. Two of the senior and most experienced men in the Durham lineup of David Bedingham and Colin Ackerman. The equation is as such. For Durham, 145 more runs to win. For Northamptonshire, 6 wickets is what they need to find for this top of the table clash. And Durham, being the ones on top of the division, also may be slightly incentivised, depending on how this first hour of the evening goes, to close the door and play for the draw.
I cannot wait for this final session. The next 2 hours of what 4-day cricket is all about. 3.5 days of hard work coming down to a tantalising final session. Who blinks first? Will Northants go aggressive with their field and try and take the wickets? Or will Durham go aggressive with their batting and try and score the runs? David Bedingham taking an extra minute or two as he runs out to the middle. But I can't wait for this. I said earlier in the day that we're definitely going to get a result. Of course, a draw is now more possible. I still think we will get a result. As Nathan McSweeney continues from the Lumley end. So we had Calvin Harrison before the break bowling leg spinners to the left-handers predominantly. Then he did get Will Rhodes. And then he changed his tack, came round the wicket for an over to the right-handers to see if there was anything doing there. But Nathan McSweeney, stand-in captain after Luke Proctor has taken his leave from the game out injured, decided to bring himself on. So we've got that same movement. It's the ball coming into the batter. It's just this time it's an off-spinner coming into a right-hander. George Bartlett there on your screen under the lid at short leg. He'll think he's right in the game. At least that will be the plan. And to counteract that, this is exactly what we've seen. And it's Colin Ackerman and David Bedingham taking their guard well outside off stump, batting almost at the minute, if you look on about 5.5, maybe 4.5, 5 stumps, just to really get outside the line. So if it does hit the pad, he's outside the line as he edges there for a single to third man. And therefore, if he at least looks like he's attempting to play a shot, he can't be out LBW. The problem Will Rhodes had is that he went back to it. And as soon as you go back to it, you're caught in line on the crease. And he can't have any complaints about his dismissal. And there is a little bat pad, and that will get George Bartlett very interested. The inside edge onto the pad. This time, has gone straight into the turf. But another time, that balloons up straight into his hands. So already, an intriguing battle between McSweeney and these two right-handed batters. 3 runs from the over. And the target down to 142. And I still think this game is yet to really burst into life. And it will. I'm sure of that. It will. One way or the other. We just don't know which way yet.
Yeah, like you say, it's going to be about who blinks first. And this game has had so many ebbs and flows to it. Even throughout when we started off today, where Durham needed to take the remaining 4 wickets of Northamptonshire's second innings before they go out and bat, which they were able to do. We have a change of bowling here. Ben Sanderson is going to come back into the attack. Just a 3-over burst from Sales before tea. Since then, when Durham made their way out to bat around about 12 o'clock this afternoon, Lees and McKinney able to put on 48 together for the first run partnership before Ben McKinney was caught by an absolute blinder by George Bartlett. And Alex Lees goes off the bowling of Harry Conway, caught sharply at second slip. And then 2 LBW dismissals that aforementioned Will Rhodes. Dismissal from the bowling of Calvin Harrison. And then Graham Clark off the bowling of this man, whose appeal was much more of a presumptive celebration. But a presumption that he had more than correct. As he dismissed Clark for 2. That was the last wicket to fall. His partnership now up to 47. Bit of width and cut away. There is protection out on the offside.
Now, one thing we've mentioned, Ben, about the overhead conditions benefiting the bowlers. One thing we haven't mentioned yet is that the lights have been on for maybe a couple of hours now, and the cloud cover is still pretty thick. So it may have seemed somewhat unbelievable yesterday, which was the summer solstice and an absolute beauty, blue skies all day. But there is a possibility, although this game's scheduled to go on until 6 and more if needed, that we could have a premature end due to bad light, which would be a real shame. But it is a possibility, and it's something that both of these sides have to think about.
Yeah, there is also a slight possibility of maybe some rain around in the area as well. Around Chester Street, there's a 30% chance from now till around about, funnily enough, 6 p.m.
Boo.
That would be a real anticlimactic finish to this game.
Deserves so much more than to finish on terms of the weather. It's been fascinating right from the off, right from that 191 opening run Northamptonshire partnership between Vasconcelos and Luke Proctor, right through to the Stokes and Rhodes revival, and then the comeback from the big man Harry Conway, and on the other side Potts with the ball. It's been fascinating, back and forth and back and forth. And it deserves a result, or at least to end on its own terms.
Last ball of the over has a little bit of width to it again. Bedingham driving and punching, and will make his way back for 2. That's good running, and that will get the partnership up to 50 between Colin Ackerman and David Bedingham, where Durham have needed it quite considerably. Just underneath an hour it's taken. Bedingham 28, Ackerman 13, and Durham with 139 runs, I should say, left to win.
And Ackerman coming in for the substituted Ben Stokes, who has been taken out of this game. And despite still being here at the Banks Homes Riverside and having gone for a net and got some training, and he's not allowed to play. So Colin Ackerman is in at more than last notice. Midway through this game he was drafted in, and now he's right in the heat of the battle. As he's forward again, and a quick single. Yes, 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 the call from David Bedingham as he races down to the other end. And both of these teams will be happy, I think, with a draw. It keeps, they both got 7 bonus points, so it keeps the gap at the top of the table at 8 points. But equally, this game is definitely winnable for both sides. It's just whether either of these sides are willing to go and win it, because in doing so, you have to risk something. And Northants at the middle. David Bedingham just squares himself up slightly, and that's got Northants quite excited. Their field at the minute is very spread. It's very defensive, barring the short leg. If they really want to go and win this game, you'd think they'll have to bring a few men in. And in doing so, that will offer more run-scoring opportunities for Durham. Who at the minute are fairly happy just prodding around as they sit almost 2 runs and over below the required rate. And one final factor to consider, the beauty of all sporting contests, is psychological pressure. And as the target comes down, it's currently at 138, as that target comes down, the pressure moves back onto the fielding side, and then maybe you start to see a few more loose deliveries, a few more boundary balls, and that brings the target down quicker and quicker and quicker. Well, conversely, if Durham are to lose a couple of wickets now, the pressure swings back on them, and maybe you start to see some more rash decision making. So it's absolutely fascinating. I'm buzzing. I cannot wait to see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really intriguing. We mentioned about both teams being happy with a draw. I think maybe content. Certainly if you're from a Northamptonshire perspective, with Northants being second in the table, really look at this game and want to take the advantage, take the initiative to leapfrog Durham into top spot in the division. Whereas Durham, like you say, already top spot. It keeps them there. So that one turned away by Ackerman. I think if you are Northamptonshire, if the game is there to be won, if you can disrupt this partnership first and foremost in the next 20-25 minutes or so, then get past Ollie Robinson, that's when you've really got to put your tail up and throw caution to the wind.
Yeah, this partnership key to the outcome of the game for both sides. Ollie Robinson next in as the last recognised out-and-out batter. Casey Aldridge, Ben Rain, Matthew Potts and Callum Parkinson follow him. So it's a deep batting lineup. This partnership key, and post the tea break, they just have to reset. They did really well to build what they have now, but they've just got to start again.
That one rattles the pads. Sanderson with an appeal, but not immediately tailing away in celebration as he was when he dismissed Graham Clark. So it will go down as a leg bite. Gets David Beddingham off strike.
We've seen T has brought wickets on all 3 days. On day one, within 5 wickets, Proctor and Harrison fell. On day 2, it was the end of the Stokes and Rhodes partnership. And on day 3, it brought a change of fortunes for Matt Potts. Durham will be hoping and praying that T doesn't bring more wickets today.
Yeah, if the pattern of the game is to be believed, Durham will be wanting to reverse that fortune. I mentioned the gap between these two in the division, 18 points the difference at the moment between Durham and Northants. At the moment, Ackerman not willing to make too many, if any, mistakes. Durham can't afford the mistakes. 136 more runs for them to fire. The required run rate now does hit 5 and over required. Northamptonshire maybe wanting to take advantage of that, like you say, psychological aspect, that psychological pressure that will provide.
That's not as much a commentary on Durham's defensive batting as it is on just how tight Northants have been. Their 3 main bowlers, the pace on from Sanderson and Conway and the pace off from Harrison, all with an economy rate below 3 and over. It's been difficult to get them away. Their lines have been really tight, and of course a spread field makes it slightly more difficult as well. But it's not that Durham have been overtly defensive, it's just been that the bowling has been really tight. And credit to the Northants lineup. Back to spin. The interim captain McSweeney from the Lumley end. 27 overs still to be bowled. Bellingham goes back down the ground to Liam Guthrie in his untucked shirt for a single. Well, we haven't seen much of him today. Just 4 overs. He was a little expensive Going over 5 and over, he couldn't quite settle into his rhythm. It's James Sales is the other bowler who's made up the remaining 3 overs, who's been tight apart from when he hasn't, and a couple of times he's thrown it down the leg side and he's handed Durham 9 freebies. Ooh. And there's a bit of turn, and that is the delivery that McSweeney's looking for. The one that Ackerman tries to fend away, maybe catching an edge and going to George Bartlett. And he's played it very late and gets a single past a dive of Justin Broad.
Neatly taken there, though, from Ackerman. Get it just out of the reach of Broad.
We have seen the key today is playing the ball late. A lot of wickets have fallen when batters have just been slightly handsy, playing it in front of their body and just shipping it up in the air, especially on a 4th day pitch where maybe the bounce and spin is a bit more variable.
Ooh.
Playing it late is important. That's gone through everyone. But Harry Conway is coming round with a slightly tired dive. I hope he's okay. He does stop the run. He is okay. And it's kept to 2. But again, McSweeney won't mind that because there's turn and there's bounce. And both of those things for the off-spinner are very exciting. It's the end of the over. 4 from it. Durham 132 to win. Over by over, that total seeming more manageable. But for Northants, it's just 6 wickets needed.
Yeah, continuing on the passageway as Harry Conway has a little bit of a wardrobe rearrangement there. He's just dropped his dacks right at mid-on. And now he's in a crouch. He did dive rather flamboyantly down right below us to our left-hand side. Stayed on the deck for a few extra moments before he was helped up.
What did you used to call that when you were at school? The old pants down.
Dacking.
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 Is that the word?
Yeah.
Right.
So your trousers are your dacks.
I see. Is that some Australian slang?
It is indeed. Yeah, it's Aussie slang. Yeah, just like your flip-flops are called something else that can be very easily misconstrued over here.
I hope you haven't had any mix-ups in that department.
Of course, one of the most famous ones that a lot of people will know, the toilet being the Danny.
Yeah, come up with some funny words. Those from down under. When we were at school, it was called debagging.
Oh.
Presumably, bagging is having your trousers. I don't know where that comes from, but it was just, that's what I learnt when I was 4, and that's what I stuck with. Always a moment of great hilarity. Putting someone else's trousers down. Conway with the friendly fire on this occasion.
Oh, good take and good whip off with the bails as well. From Vasconcelos to Ackerman. Yeah, for those just tuning in, there was context behind the fact that we were talking about pantsing and dacking and everything else. Harry Conway had pulled his own trousers down for just a fraction of a moment. So it wasn't just 2 commentators in the north that are just slightly lost their minds a little bit at coming up to 20 past 4 on day 4.
That's definitely a hint of that as well. He's box office, Harry Conway. Phenomenal entertainment. Another thing worth mentioning, that previous delivery is Vasconcelos, as he has often been with the bowling of Ben Sanderson, is standing up to the stumps. He's very quick with the removal of the bails. So if Ackerman or Bedingham are just going to creep outside their crease, they better think twice.
2 more balls left in this over. And it's a no ball. So add 2 more to the total. It's the second no ball from Ben Sanderson in this innings. He's been the only one guilty of the no ball so far. That total now down to 130 for Durham.
Count it down. That's what the batters and everyone of Durham persuasion will be doing, although the required rate is not coming down.
Oh, dabbed down just in front of the sole slip.
That's not got up much. Just having a look back at the scorecard, Alex Lees 39, Ben McKinney 23, Will Rhodes 23. Graham Clark fell for 2. What may annoy the Durham coaching staff is that's a lot of starts, but no one able to go on yet. David Beddingham 32 not out. Ackerman on strike on 10. 16, sorry.
And that is where he will stay. So just the no ball from that over, and Harry Conway needs actually a little bit of attention. That's why he's got his trousers down again. Might have just caught a little bit of a scrape on his left knee. So we'll take an extra period of pause while Conway gets tended to.
Here we go. I reckon we might get a little look at this now. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a bit of blood on his knee for sure.
Bit of claret.
When he limbered down to stop the ball just before the boundary.
Get a band-aid on that. A little bit of tape. Potentially a lolly as well.
It's another self-debagging for the mulleted man.
If there's any excuse to give that man a little bit more pep in his step. Whatever you do, don't give him the lemon sherbet.
Can you still bend your knee, mate? It's all right. She'll be right, to use one of your phrases.
Yeah. No worries. Good on him. Luke Proctor is having a little bit of instruction as well.
Sweeney to continue. Luke Proctor unable to sit down. He's been lapping constantly in his whites, which is an intriguing proposition because he's out this game. Luke Proctor, he's injured, he's been replaced, but he's got his whites on, and it confused me for a portion of the morning before realising that he's done that so that he can run onto the field and deliver drinks and maybe some tactical information when needed as well. Oh, and he's gone back and he's missed it. And it's always a little dangerous going back on a final day pitch, but it was all right on line. And as I've mentioned, his guard so far outside off stump that even if that did hit him, it would do so outside the line. It's turned away past George Bartlett, hitting with the spin. And Luke Proctor just now walking down below us with that heavy strapping on his left pinky finger. And that's the reason he's out the game. Beddingham back and driving to long on. So it'll be 3 singles from the over. And that target now in the 120s, 127 to win, or 6 wickets.
Yeah, quite a few members of the Northamptonshire coaching staff, Darren Lehman included, the head coach, have been walking around the Banks Homes Riverside. Just see him below in your picture. Luke Proctor in the whites, just about to exit stage left. Very much trying to walk in a wicket at the moment. Saw Lancashire do this quite a lot in that big chase that Durham managed to create, as there's Vic and the ground staff. They're in no hurry to walk anywhere at the moment. Large majority of their work all done. More than happy, more than deserving to sit in and watch the remainder of this game play out. I just noticed at the previous shot there as well, while Sanderson was returning to his mark. Calvin Harrison limbering up. Harrison, who's bowled beautifully all day. So far, 16 overs in one spell, mind you. 1 for 45. That wicket, that of Will Rhodes, which on first watch maybe looked a tad high. It might have been one of those ones where, as George said, if it went upstairs in the test match, then it might have been review retained. Edged and out the way of the man at first slip. Genuine outside edge by David Bedingham. It was the look back of doom, South African. But the boundary rope has alleviated his worries, and he moves up to 42.
First time we've seen genuine edge in the session. Just playing slightly out in front of him. It's a thick enough edge to go past the right hand side of Calvin Harrison. It's a long awaited boundary.
It just helps try and keep up with that required runway. Up at 5.3 is what is needed for Durham if they are going to reach the remaining total of 123 runs required. At the moment, been pretty consistently hovering around threes. So still a little bit of a way off. But still 22 overs left in the day. Plus the possibility of maybe the extra half an hour. Michael Goff going to have a little look. Encouragement and look at the footholes by Sanderson.
Just another one that's kept a little low, which is why Northants were so excited. Bedingham won't mind as long or until the one that keeps low is on middle stump. At that point, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Yeah, the fear, or that it be, if it slides underneath the guard of David Bedingham. Hasn't done so far, though. He remains on 42. Ackerman 17. Durham need 123 more runs to win. Northamptonshire need to find 6 more wickets.
We're still with 23 overs remaining in the day, or thereabouts. Just in this holding pattern. Who's going to blink first? Who's going to make the first move? And as Northants continue to send men out onto the boundary, it won't be them. And as Colin Ackerman prods forward for a single, doesn't look like it's going to be Durham just yet. Boundaries have been a precious commodity and a rare commodity today. David Bedingham playing the most aggressive shot of the day by some way when he was given a nice off-stump half volley. She drove over the top all the way for 6. A glorious stroke. Ooh. There's just a little bit of extra bounce for McSweeney. And we saw one in the last over as well, which came with some turn as that went for byes. But encouraging signs for the Northants off spinner. Bedingham just gets back and across. And Durham have been limited to singles for the majority of this passage of play. They seem pretty happy with that at the minute. Ooh, it's an inside edge, is it? Umpire Treadwell says no, despite the appeals of George Bartlett. No one seemed too interested. It was definitely a sound. Just 2 from the over so far. That's turned away, but there'll be no run. George Bartlett won't mind the sight of Colin Ackerman squaring himself up in front of the sticks. So the end of another over. The target comes down to just 121 more. Beddingham and Ackerman just steadying the ship and giving themselves a good foundation if they decide they do want to go. That required rate climbing up. It's now at 5.5 and over.
Yeah, you mentioned about boundaries being a rare commodity. So far, at the 2 at the crease, David Beddingham is the only one to find the boundary rope. 3 4s and 1 6 for him. Ackerman dealing in almost exclusively singles. 1 2. So it'll be another change of bowling here for Northamptonshire. Everyone's good friend Harry Conway back into the attack. Freshly retrousered, knee plastered and taped up after a little bit of a scrape while diving to prevent 4 byes. Approaching 4:30. He's about 22 overs still left to play.
I think I've just seen a worrying sight.
Down the leg side and spilled by Vasconcelos. Beddingham will run away for 1.
Yeah, confirmed, Ben. Looking at the tarmac outside, there are spits and spots. It's started to rain.
Uh-oh.
Well, not yet. It's just spitting and drizzling. Keeping an eye on the ground staff now as Victor Main zips up his jumper and heads towards the tractor which controls the covers. It'd be a real shame if we had to go off now. People put their umbrellas up.
I did mention at the start of the session that there was a little bit of rain around in the area. About 30% chance from now till about 6 o'clock. So it'll be about whether this spitting persists.
Yeah, you can play through this at the minute. There's a gentleman over just below the player's balcony there with a blue and white umbrella which is poised but not yet up. It's half open, but he doesn't quite think it's heavy enough yet to put the umbrella up, so that's a good sign.
Full driven by Ackerman to mid-off. Yeah, at the moment, umpires Goff and Treadwell don't look too worried about things at the moment with the rain. Obviously, everybody out in whites from Durham or Northamptonshire will be pretty keen to stay out there. Oh, that one tucked away behind square leg. And Ackerman's going to come back, which is the second time in his innings. Run for 2.
The crowd like that. A warm riff of applause, a sign of willingness, at least. And you get that smell now of when the rain is fresh after a warm day. But it's not too much. It is still coming down. But we're going to play through this, at least for the minute. And the skies are still bright. In fact, for the first time of the day, I can see a break of the clouds.
Last ball of this Conway over. It's just defended into mid-wicket for no run. So just the 3 runs off that over. Umpire Goff has a little look towards Vic, and there is the man you were speaking of.
Yeah, umbrella ready and poised in case the rain gets a bit heavier, but we're not quite there yet, he says. It's okay, as long as his umbrella's down, we'll continue to play. So we'll keep our eyes on this man in his lovely faded Durham cap, which has seen plenty of sun in its time. various colours of brown and grey. I think that was blue once.
Yeah, that could tell some stories, I reckon, of seasons gone by.
So we will continue to play, and you are right, Ben. You said you saw Calvin Harrison warming up, and he's about to re-enter the fray. McSweeney looking dangerous, but he's taken himself off and put the leg spinner back on. And we saw him come round the wicket to finish his spell. But it looks like he's going to start from over the wicket. Ooh, and there's a bit of bounce. Beddingham went to cut it, but it's just cramped him up a touch. Harrison bowled really nicely in his first spell. 16 overs, back to back. 1 wicket for 45. Going at under 3 and over. Durham batters found it really difficult to get him away. Slight change in the field. It's actually just a change of personnel. George Bartlett switching with Harry Conway. Bartlett in a catching cover just off to the left of your screen. Beddingham forward and defending. He's made his way to 43. And the longer this game goes on like this, the closer it drifts towards a draw. Which is a result both sides will be happy with. But we're just in a period of this game where it could turn. Where a wicket could encourage Northants to go a bit more attacking, or a big over could encourage Durham to go for it. So neither side have said what we have, we hold. But it's an option. There are both options still on the table. At any point, both teams could shut up shop or go for it. I think the former perhaps the more likely at the minute. As Ackerman slashes it through the covers, but it's a really good hand from Bartlett, who has moved specifically there. And he did enough to stop any runs.
Sal's as well helping out with a bit of backing up there.
Back goes Beddingham to end the over. Just 1 from it. Calvin Harrison picking up where he left off. 117 to win, and Durham will try and get that target down to 2 figures, and then we'll reassess from there.
Yeah, that might be the cue time for Durham to go, as if it does get down to 99 and under. There's a slightly positive sight potentially just out of your picture. Victor Main has vacated the tractor and might be trudging his way back to the deck chair.
That's a sentence which could bring joy only in a sport like cricket. Victor Main has exited the tractor means nothing to any other sport apart from cricket.
Yeah. Harry Conway to continue. 20 overs at minimum remaining in the day. Thunders into the pad. There was 2 noises though, I think.
And that's what I meant when you said if that total gets down to 2 figures, Durham might see that as their chance to go. Well, 17 runs away. That only takes an over. That takes a couple of loose deliveries. And then that total is down to 2 figures. So this game is still in this holding pattern, in which it may remain. That's possible. But it's also possible that it just takes 1 delivery or 1 over for it to burst into life either way.
Squared up with an edge there. Beddingham runs away safely. Yeah, and as mentioned, if there's a team that would be happier with a draw, it would be Durham, given their current already 18-point advantage on Northamptonshire in the league table.
It's the question you've got to ask is, how much do Durham want to win this game? How much do they feel they need to win this game?
That one's lofted and helped down towards fine leg. Good stop there as well to prevent that from going to 4. And a tumbling recovery from Vasconcelos. as well to stop any extra overthrows.
Gus Miller doing the fielding. He's the man who's come in for Luke Proctor. And not only did he put on 61 with the bat in a really classy looking innings before he was dismissed in a quite unsightly fashion, but he's been brilliant in the outfield as well, and he's stopped a handful of runs down at fine leg.
Cover drive, and that is the David Bedingham that we come to know and love. That is a really stylish way to bring up 50 as well for David Bedingham. He's been back to his very best this season, has missed so much of last season with South Africa duty, but is back in a big way here. And that brings the magic number down to 111.
Yeah, it's the 6th time he's got to 50 so far this season. One other time in that big chase against Lancashire.
Width again, this time not punished in the same way.
This goes back to what I said earlier as well. As the more that target comes down, perhaps the more deliveries you face like that, and especially the tireder these bowlers get. Conway now into his 13th over, having also got through, let's have a little look, 22 in the first. So he's bowled a lot of overs. He's got a little scratch to his knee. He's a tired man.
And this one clipped away through square leg for David Bedingham. He will retain the strike up against the challenging Calvin Harrison. End of the over, 110 runs more in a minimum 19 overs left for Durham to find. Northamptonshire still needs 6 wickets as this partnership grows and grows.
Just to go back to what I started to talk about earlier, is how much do Durham want to win this game? Well, if it ends in a draw, then the table doesn't change. The points gap between the two teams remains at 8 points, and Durham remain at the top of the table, and they haven't gained anything and they haven't lost anything. It's not a bad position to be in. And in order for them to win this game, there's a hint of risk involved. They have to start playing a bit more aggressively. So what they need to work out, as they take a very good single into the offside, is are they willing to risk that in order to win? And does the potential gains they get from winning outweigh the potential losses they get from losing? However, having bowled really well this morning and got a few quick wickets and being set a total of 290 odd, they will feel, or would have felt at least when they went out to bat, that that's something they can chase down. They chased down 336 earlier this season here against Lancashire. Of course, the conditions today haven't been favourable. Lots of cloud cover and lights. I think what's happening at the minute, another very quick single. Well taken in the end. Bedingham gets home comfortably. What's happening now is they're just going along in sort of a neutral position and seeing what happens. And if they start to get fed a few freebies and a few half volleys, they'll latch onto it like Bedingham showed there. And if that brings the total down, and with 10 overs to go, they feel they can go out and win it, then they're still in a position to do so. There is a freebie. Just more of them creeping into the game now. Bedingham bashes it away. It's a fine leg for 4. And it's just moments like these where Durham will start to think that this does suddenly become more chaseable. So I don't think they're necessarily going to swing either way. They're just going to go about their business as they have been and see what the context of the game becomes. They don't need to suddenly go all aggressive. They don't need to suddenly shut up shop. They're in a good position here. Bedingham goes over the top. A couple of skips And Gus Miller does exceptionally well to cut that off. And they only come back for 2. Because for all money, Bedingham thought that was going to the ropes. And I mentioned at the start of the over that Gus Miller, yes, he got 61 with the bat, but you can add another 10 onto his total at least for what he saved in the field. It's the end of the over, the best over Durham have had in a while, 8 from it. And that target is now 102 to win.
Yeah, an over which included a rare mistake from Calvin Harrison with the full toss that was dispatched away by David Bedingham with a minimum of 18 overs remaining. And then the potential for the umpires to come together and say, do we think that there is a result possible in this game? If there is, then the extra half an hour could be added on. And as that target total starts to chip down, if these two stay at the crease, it looks more and more likely that question is going to be yes. Back of a length thudded hard into the pitch. First time up there from Conway, who's into his 4th spell. His 3rd over of this one. Had a quick 2-over blast before being replaced. Colin Ackerman holding him very, very well as well. Someone who hasn't had much county championship opportunity so far this season. Bit of width. Call through of yes straight away, and another good piece of running from the experienced Ackerman. Get himself through for the single. I hope those of you that are tuning in have been enjoying the coverage. It's been certainly an absolute pleasure to be a part of it, especially with the finish that is advertised here. If you have been enjoying it, do us a favour, drop us a like on the broadcast here on YouTube and subscribe as well to the Durham Cricket YouTube channel so you do not miss a moment. The T20s getting back underway very, very soon, as well as tomorrow. The women are back in action here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Advancing and crunching.
Wow.
Down the ground is David Bedingham, and I think the switch might have flipped in the mind of the South African. The target now down to double digits, 97. That one was hammered through mid-off.
That is some shot from the South African. 62 not out off a touch over 100 deliveries. And for the first time, well, in this innings that I can think of, the Durham batter's just taken a couple of steps down the track to the seamers.
Yeah, that's caused a conference before the ball's being returned to Conway. Sanderson and interim captain McSweeney with a little word. Down again,
yes.
Over mid-on this time. It's up in the air.
Oh.
It's going to drop in front of McSweeney, who had to travel a long way. There's the 200 up for Durham. And a warm round of applause. As Ralph questions there, is that shot a sign of intent? I think it's safe to say that it might be.
Durham want to win this.
Yeah.
Durham want to win this. And they've got 95 runs to get in 17 overs, which is very doable. They've still got 6 wickets in the shed. But that is more sign of intent than we've seen throughout the day by a long way. The first shot was really quite controlled. That second shot was perhaps a little more risky. David Bedingham is key to this innings.
Smaller advance, and this time over the top of mid-wicket. Zabe is there on the leg side to sweep, but they will come back for another 2.
You mentioned, Ben, that maybe it would be the psychological feeling of having the total at just 2 figures that would cause them to go, and it looks like something similar to that has happened. 9 runs off the over so far. but 2 especially flamboyant shots into the leg side, neither of which he's got hold of. But if you look at the field, there's a deep square leg, and that's it in front of square on the leg side. He's got, if he goes over mid-wicket, it's safe. Same on the offside, it's a deep point. And apart from that, if you go over cover, it's safe. So Beddingham, whilst it may look especially aggressive, it's not too much of a gamble.
Oh, cry of catch. It goes over and away from Conray. The big frame has his hands on the top of his head, as does Vasconcelos mirroring. Beddingham will retain the strike for the next over. And the way that over has gone, that's exactly where you want to try and lead this late Durham charge. 92 to win. Northamptonshire, let alone 6 wickets to win. They need to find the first one.
This is why 4-day cricket is such a good game. I was wondering whether this was going to burst into life, and it looks like that's the over that's created it. And that last delivery was a chance. It's gone through the hands of Conway. And if I was up in that Durham balcony, I would just be slightly nervous. However, Beddingham's thinking, I would reason, is that the quicker these runs come off, the higher the chance of winning. As soon as you're playing around and getting a bit tetchy, it becomes more difficult. However, even if he does get out, if he can put on a quick 20 runs by the time Ollie Robinson comes out, if that total target to win is down at 70, maybe that further incentivises Durham to go and win it. It's fascinating cricket.
Yeah, maybe even encourages Colin Ackerman to have a go as well. He's had to battle hard. He's been very, very patient as the supporting act to David Beddingham in this partnership so far. He's 22 off 84. At what point does he maybe consider turning the dial up a little more?
Back to Calvin Harrison, and we see David Beddingham, the new aggressive Beddingham, up against spin. He guides it down, but can't get it past McSween. In an interesting change of field we've seen. Long on and long off are both out. Now that hasn't changed, but the personnel has. And Gus Miller, who's been stationed just in front of that Aztec colour print stand all day, has been switched with James Sales. Now James Sales has got very good hands. As they come back for 2, no they don't. It's really good fielding to limit that to 2 from Ben Sanderson. So James Sales has been in at short leg. He's got good hands and they trust him. So they've stuck him out at long off. They've brought Gus Miller in, and to be fair to Gus Miller, he's been fantastic in the field as well. But it's just a sign that Northants are preparing to face more aggressive cricket. Ackerman drives wide of Miller to save Sabe for a single.
Yeah, this makes these Calvin Harrison overs even more important and impactful as well for Northants defensively. Because if Beddingham in particular is going to try and attack against the seam attack and the spin, just try and hold things up, slow that run rate down.
Cut away, not fine enough. McSweeney stops. And what I would say about this field now, if we can maybe access a wide shot after this delivery, is that there are plenty of gaps. And if they want to just drop and run and take 2, there are plenty of opportunities to do that. Beddingham over the top. It's not going to go all the way because James Sales comes round to cover. And he comes back for 2. And it was aerial, but it was in control. It was a good-looking shot, and it hit the gap. And that brings up the 100 partnership, which has been so important for this run chase. These 2 came in when the score was at 107 for 4. They've now clambered back to 206 for 4. Beddingham back, and here we go. This is what I was talking about. There's the gap. Are they going to come back for 2? Yes, they are. Are they going to make it? Yes, they are. Really, really intelligent cricket. And it's good running. And this is putting the pressure back on the bowling side. So it's the end of the over. And it's 6 from it. And the target is now 86 to win.
Yeah, it's that important finish and that really stellar finish that we were all gearing up and building towards. There'll be a little momentary pause here as the stumps over at the Lumley end are reorganised and recreated. There was a direct impact. And it looks like we might be seeing another change of bowling here as well. Ben Sanderson been brought on a drink. Luke Proctor there, the man with the jacket and the heavily bandaged up pinky finger. We mentioned multiple times about him being withdrawn from this game with a broken finger. And we are going to go back to Ben Sanderson. Figures of 1 for 38 off of 18 overs. And Vasconcelos immediately with the helmet on up to the stumps. It's Colin Ackerman that's on strike though. I'm not seeing him dance down the track yet. Clipped away past mid-wicket. They might get a second here for this as well. They will indeed. Good hard running again from Durham.
Well, you may think, having seen Bedingham come down the track a couple of times that last Conway over, that this is a reactive move from McSweeney to bring Vasconcelos up. But actually, he's been up to the stumps more or less the whole time Sanderson's been bowling. So it's been a proactive choice for most of the day. And now it's had the added benefit that it will stop, or at least it may stop Bedingham from coming down the track. Time will tell.
A little shape in there against Ackerman. And if we wanted to add any more potential drama to this game as well, Northamptonshire, my eyes aren't deceiving me, which they could be. I wear pretty strong glasses. Their over rate is +4. So they aren't getting through these overs that quickly at the moment. So whether that could have some immediate or delayed repercussions. Quick one on the pads. Go to the non-striker's end. But it's sharp running from Colin Ackerman.
I believe it may actually be the opposite. I think it means they've got through the overs especially quickly. And they've got 4 overs in the bag.
Ah, they've done the old reverse switcheroo.
They've done the reverse switcheroo.
That's rude. Well, it's a conversation topic that's been at the front of the minds of cricket fans recently. Obviously, England having been docked for slow over rates recently.
I guess there's your benefit of bowling a spinner from one end for the entirety of the day so far. It means we've got through the overs a little quicker. That did actually start the day at -2 overs. So they've got through 6 overs more than they should have today. And no one's complaining, especially on the final day when it's done on time. That means Durham have more overs to get the runs and Northants have more overs to get the wickets.
A little bit more time for a few field adjustments here as well from McSweeney. Bedingham guides through point. Really nicely done. There is coverage out on the boundary, deep in the offside. That's Calvin Harrison. That's going to wheel around and cut that off from 2.
It's really clever batting. He's seen that George Bartlett is up and he knows if he gets it past him there are runs on offer. And he may have been hoping for 4, but the field has done well. It might be Liam Guthrie out there has done well to come round and cover. But it's a risk-adverse way of accumulating runs.
Oh, good take. He's back down there from Vasconcelos.
And I think the running between the wickets is as much of a sign of intent as the previous Conway over when Bedingham went slightly bigger. It's a sign that Durham want to win this game. They want to push it forward.
Last ball of the over, slightly back of a length, and it'll be pushed through mid-wicket for one more. Keeps David Benningham on strike, and it means that we're keeping up with the required run rate. At the moment, that's another 6 off the over, and Durham 80 runs in a minimum of 15 overs.
This is what I alluded to a tad earlier, is Luke Proctor just walking onto the field in his blue coat. Now he's out the game, he's injured. However, he is dressed in his whites, and it took me a second to work out why that is, but it means he can come onto the field and deliver drinks and towels or take pads on and off, but also maybe just have a little tactical say on proceedings, or maybe he just wants to be involved in the game. I couldn't work out for the first hour of the day why he was in whites, but that is why, and he's been running on and off the field pretty routinely throughout today. So whilst he can't be a part on the pitch due to his broken hand, he is still as involved as he can be. It's the Northants captain. Calvin Harrison is going to continue from the Lumley end. We've got an hour to play with a potential extra half hour if deemed necessary. Slightly short and punched away by Benningham. Safe save, doing the work in the deep. So it's still a pretty safe field from Northants. They've got long on and long off out. They've got Sabe sweeping on the offside. They've got, I can't quite tell from about 100 metres away who's sweeping on the leg side. And they've also got Conway at fine leg. Just a little bit of extra bounce for Harrison. But all this takes is a wicket here, and suddenly Northants are thinking this is their game to win. Ackerman slightly slicey and edgy through the covers. Gets Harrison slightly excited, but it's a single. Bedingham back on strike, 76 from 123. It's been a classy knock so far. It's anchored the innings as he came in at number 4, my apologies. Will Rhodes coming in at number 3.
Yeah, it's been a knock that we've sort of come to expect out of David Bedingham with his class and with his quality. So when he does go for the likes of just 8 runs in the first innings, yeah, let down a little bit, but he's come right back up into form.
Goes back to that one. Or rather, not quite fully forward, bit halfway house. Just 2 from this over. It's been tight from Harrison, who's only gone at 3 and over throughout this innings. From his 20. Bedingham advances and goes big. There's a man there. And he takes the catch. And Bedingham departs.
It's a no ball.
But it's given as a no ball. Hence the jeers from the crowd. Drama. Theatre. At the Banks Homes Riverside, Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, has overstepped. Which for a spinner, you would think is inexcusable.
Oh my word.
And is this the moment that the game changes? David Bedingham, set on 78, was caught in the deep by Liam Guthrie, but it will not count. It's 4 runs to Durham. And they'll have to bowl it again, and this time it will be flicked off the hips for just a single. And for a minute I had no idea what was going on. He seemed to take the catch, but Bedingham wasn't going anywhere. He came back for the second run, and no ball was given It is thrilling cricket.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And the cries of "come on boys" from around the ground. David Bedingham takes a towel and will take a very well-earned and necessary reprieve. A front foot no ball from Calvin Harrison, who's been so tidy, so composed throughout the majority of this bowling innings, has just maybe started to lose it a little bit. Last 3 overs going for 8, 6 and 7 consecutively. David Bedingham will be at the non-striker's crease, as it looks like Ben Sanderson is going to continue. Someone, fighter there in the comments, asking the question that I'm sure that a lot of the Northamptonshire faithful are asking as well. You're a spinner, you walk to the crease. How do you overstep? But it's happened. And Northants will have to put that behind them.
Cardinal sin of spin bowling. To bowl a front foot no ball. We saw it from Ben McKinney, which perhaps can be excused. But from Calvin Harrison to see out his 20th over, that could be a real turning point in the game.
Oh, hits the pad, and it's a turn away in dismay rather than appeal. Bedingham managed to get a little bit of bat to that, and he will get onto the non-striker's end on 80 when he should and could. Well, he was gone.
Until he wasn't.
Until he wasn't. Until umpire Treadwell stuck out the left arm and said, "I'm sorry, sir. You're going to have to do that again."
This game is just teetering on the precipice. It is clinging either way. So finely balanced. That Bedingham wicket would have been huge for Northants. The Bedingham non-wicket is huge for Durham. 72 runs to win. 55 minutes plus to go.
Bit of width, and it's through the covers. And the dive. There is protection out in the deep. Colin Ackerman starting to time things up a little bit now. He moves up to 28. And in a game as well, in the context of the division, where over in Canterbury, Kent have won by 49 runs. They were in third place, right behind Northamptonshire at the start of this match week. Worcestershire look like they are primed to win at home as well. Ooh, big bottom edge. And a few gasps and oohs and ahs around the Banks Homes Riverside.
There are two types of people who watch cricket. There are those who are rooted to their seat and can't move, and there are those who can't stop moving. I'm struggling to sit down here.
You've been called out there on the comms cam. Last ball of this over. It's a similar shaping delivery. This time Ackerman plays it a little better. End of the over from Ben Sanderson. His 20th of this innings. His number's 1 for 46. Durham needs 70 more runs to win here. And what is going through the mind of Calvin Harrison?
Well, quite a lot, I should think. But he'll see this as a great opportunity. He's got Bedingham again, and he'll see no reason why. He's got him once, he can't get him again. He's bowled superbly throughout the day. And it seems a long, long time ago when Matthew Potts took the wicket of George Bartlett in the first over of the day. The clock still registering 11. We now tick in to the 6th hour of the afternoon. Short, pulled away. Pulled all the way for 6. It was short, and Beddingham said thank you very much. The target now into the 60s.
Yeah, just another delivery there. Another slight mistake from Calvin Harrison. And much like one was a few overs ago, absolutely punished by David Beddingham. He wants this done in a hurry.
This one pitched up. Beddingham uses his feet. It's the first time we've really seen that against the spinner. Barring that time when he lofted it up to Liam Guthrie. This time was just prodded away. Short again, wide, and if Beddingham had left that, I reckon it would have been a wide, but he's let Harrison off. It's a dot ball. And this is where psychology becomes a part of the game. Harrison bowling to a man not only who's on 86, not only who's looking to go big, but a man who he should have dismissed the over before. And now we're just starting to see a bit of pressure. A few drag downs. This one's leg side. Beddingham will keep the strike for the second over in a row. It's 7 from it. 6 of those coming from one mighty swish. That target is now 63. Ackerman at the other end on 28.
And that required run rate just slowly starting to crumble down. Now under 5 and over from where it previously was. And what a game and what a conclusion that this is turning out to be. 13 overs remaining in the day. And on a day where Kent have won by 49 runs, where Worcestershire need 4 more runs down in Worcester to take victory over a struggling Gloucestershire side, all eyes now begin to turn to the Banks Homes Riverside. First v second. And Ben Sanderson is going to get the ball back into hand. Good little shape in there onto Beddingham. Call of no.
It's 4-day cricket at its absolute best today. And it has been over the 4 days. It's swung both days, day to day, session to session. And for much of this game, Northants have been the ones on top. But for the last day and a half, it's been Durham with a win in their sights. And that may still change.
Width. Oh. Punished. Drive. 4. David Beddingham, a trademark shot from the South African. He moves up to 91. The lead just 59.
The sound off the bat was sensational. He just stood up and punched it. High elbows, momentum into the ball, and it raced away. This is David Beddingham at his very best.
Oh, bottom edge. Tried to go a very similar shot in a very similar area. Runs down to long leg for a single. He moves to 92, David Beddingham. And on striker's end. What an astonishing 4 days of cricket this has been. It's a cricket party that will continue as well when the women come back home to the Banks Homes Riverside tomorrow. They're against Surrey in the One Day Cup for a 10:30 start. Ackerman trying to leap away for the single, get Beddingham back onto strike. He's the one that's doing the damage.
And a word for Ackerman here as well. Faced almost 100 deliveries. Thrown in without a minute's notice after Ben Stokes was called by the ECB, taken out of the game.
Jams the bat down for delivery 96. His partnership up to 131 between Bedingham and Ackerman. What a role that Colin Ackerman has played in this contest. As George said, brought in as the replacement from Ben Stokes' ECB recall. Not allowed to bowl, but gee, is he chipping in with the bat. Upish. And a bump ball, as that is to Harrison, who's going to have to keep that ball unless we're going to get a potential of a change. End of the over. 58 to win. Minimum of 12 overs remain in the day's play. Wow. It looks like we are going to get a change.
Absolutely enthralling cricket, and for the first time in the match we're going to see the left arm spin of Saif Zaib. Now he's been handy in the field. He was handy with the bat. 60 in the first innings. He fell for 61. Bowled Stokes, caught McKinney, and a handy 18 in the second innings. But for the first time we're going to see him with the ball in hand, with Bedingham at the other end on 92. Plays it down the ground, and he will saunter down the other end for the single. Make his way to 93 and bring Colin Ackerman back on strike. 57 to win. Just a change of angle here from Zaib. Left arm round. Sweeping is Ackerman, sweeping well. Straight to Conway, who fields. It's another single. Brings Bedingham back on strike. Just a little change of angle. We've had the spin going away from the right-hander from Harrison, but that's from closer to the stumps. This is coming round the wicket. He'll be drifting in towards the pads more, and I'll just be looking for the one that holds and turns slightly in the surface to beat the outside edge. The first three deliveries go for three singles, and that prompts Justin Broad to jump out of the slip cordon. He comes into a catching cover. It's now a packed offside. Short. Ooh. And bat onto pad. A slight miss hit. Gets Vasconcelos and Zaib interested. Driven, despite having two in the covers. Finds the gap all the way out to James Sales, stationed at long off. Specifically moved there once Durham started to go a bit more aggressive. He trusts his hands. It looked like Bedingham almost thought about coming down the track there, but he stayed back, and it's 4 from the first over of Saif Zaib. The target now 54 to win.
Yeah, well, that's all you need to do.
6 wickets.
Or 6 wickets. But that's all they need to do, Durham. Just continue to rotate the strike against the spin. Maybe take 1 or 2 deliveries on if there's a bad ball, if they can find a way, like Bedingham, to use his feet in advance. Confirmation as well by that remaining game that was going on in Division 2. Worcestershire winning by 5 wickets. So we, with all the games all closed up in Division 1 now as well, are the only remaining game left in the County Championship across the weekend. And Ackerman now trying to heave over the leg side. Can only run down to fine leg.
Well, Ben Sanderson has been so good with ball in hand so far throughout this match in both innings. 4 wickets in the first innings. Just one so far in the reply. Got Graham Clark pinned LBW.
Bettingham trying to rise up high. Drive down the ground. But no run there.
And when he did get Clark LBW, that was when the ball was maybe 40 overs old and it was still just doing a touch. It swung back in. But this ball now in its 71st over, it's just a bit more placid, despite the conditions.
Again, lovely sound off the bat, but Sanderson doing enough at the moment to just soak up the runs, soak up the pressure. 10.5 overs remain in the day, in the game. Durham, that run rate required has crept back up over 5. Durham just at 3.5 at the moment. Called through, quick call through, and a good one once again from David Benningham.
Really good run. Harry Conway not attacking the ball. I think maybe he thought it might be stopped by Sanderson. It was an early call from Benningham, which looked like a bold one to start with, but he got home very comfortably. That again just puts the pressure back on the bowling team. Sanderson bowled a good ball, but it's still gone for a single.
Tucked straight to James Sales at square leg. So no run there. Last ball of the over, square leg's going to get sent back to offer up the single to Colin Ackerman. Try and keep him pinned on strike for Safe Zabe to have a go at. It goes offside instead. But it will still be the single. The result will be the same. Colin Ackerman will get back onto strike for the Safe Zabe over. 3 runs from it. 51 needed in 10 overs.
It continues to balance so finely. This game still yet to really turn either way in this final session. There's a discussion there, you can see. Stand-in captain Nathan McSweeney, wicket-keeper Ricardo Vasconcelos and bowler Safe Zabe. Plotting, scheming, how are they going to break this partnership, which has been so strong. It currently stands over 3 figures. 138 runs made with these two out in the middle. Ackerman on strike. Short, and it doesn't bounce as much as he would have liked. It's an under edge. And you still feel that 1 wicket may slightly change this game. It's a long way from Northampton to win from here, but the draw may still be on the cards for them. Over the top goes Ackerman, down the ground. He hasn't quite got all of it. And a good bit of teamwork in the deep will keep it to 2, but it's a strong ripple of applause around the Banks Homes Riverside. And it's a fairly safe shot. Mid-off, long off and long on are spread fairly wide. There's maybe a 80-yard gap between them, and he found the middle of it. Goes for the paddle scoop. And again, they run hard. And they may need to, because it may be pulled up. And they come back for 3. Not only creative cricket, but tenacious running. And it brings up to 250 for Durham, and perhaps more importantly, brings the total below 50. We're into the 40s. No,
Yeah.
look for a minute. Sorry, Ben, go on.
No, I was just going to say, lovely shot. I think they just brought out the man at fine leg or short leg to that backward point. So that paddle was on.
5 from the over so far. Beddingham on strike. It's tossed up by Zabe and driven down the ground. And Beddingham jogs to the other end for a single, but looks slightly dismayed. Not dismayed perhaps as much as slightly frustrated that he couldn't do more with that. And now, for the first time really, every single run being applauded by this Banks Homes Riverside crowd. They've been treated to 4 days of glorious cricket, and it's coming to a thrilling and fitting finale as Colin Ackerman turns it off his hips.
This is brilliant.
7 runs off the over so far, and this safe save experiment hasn't yet gone how Northants would have hoped.
Yeah, he has been capable of wickets in the competition this season so far, though, Zabe. He's taken 3.
Justin Broad comes into a catching cover. Beddingham goes back and punches it down the ground. He's dealing in singles so far this over. He moves on to 97, and that ends the over. 8 runs from it. The total, the target, is 43 to win, and Beddingham is on strike.
Yep, 9 more overs to do it as well. That required run rate still hovering around about the 5 and over mark. At the moment it's under 5 and over, which will please Durham. Well, the focus is on Ackerman and Beddingham at the crease. Just out of your picture, Proctor and McSweeney with another drink break / tactical timeout between the two.
I'll tell you what, more so than on any other occasion, that one was tactical. A long discussion with McSweeney.
Yeah, without a doubt. Sanderson to Beddingham. Tries to go down the ground, that trademark off drive. But it's right into the paws of Sanderson. To take a moment as well away from the action here, the England men's T20 squad against India has been named. The 17 players. Fortunately for Durham, Bryden Cast not yet fit to be a part of that squad.
Shot.
There is the on drive. Big call of yes, direct impact. Maybe could have been a bit of trouble with McSweeney. But Beddingham knows the objective. It's score runs, score them quickly.
Yeah, would have been close. But Beddingham called yes, set off immediately. With 42 to win, it very much feels now like we're in do not move territory. Wherever you are sitting, do not move. That will be the message up in the players' dressing room. The seats you're in now, they're the seats you stay in.
Yeah, I'm sure that will go for the nearly 4,000 of you that are tuning in as well right now to the broadcast. Well bowled there from Sanderson against Ackerman. Small ripple of applause from maybe those Northamptonshire fans that have made the journey. Have been well rewarded for it as well, as have the Durham faithful, as have the neutrals. There's been a real captivating finish to this game that still could offer up one more twist. Who will unravel it? Ackerman just pulls out of that shot there, loaded up to go to the offside initially.
.33 minutes on the clock, plus added extras if necessary, so it looks like we will get a result. Unless... Oh no, it looks like we will get a result, I reckon. That'd be a long way for Northants to claw this back. 6 wickets still needed, but it's cricket. Nothing is impossible, and 1 wicket now would certainly change the game.
Over the top, and will drop in front of deep mid-wicket. James Sales there. Colin Ackerman, first real sign of him trying to go airborne. He moves up to 39, brings Bedingham up on strike on 98. Last ball of this over, the 73rd over of this batting innings on the way. We said that 295 looked a challenging but not unassailable target. 12 o'clock this afternoon. Shorter, cry of catch, but it'll drop in front of the big man Harry Conway. There's no run there either, most importantly. So it will keep it to just 2 off that over. Durham 255 for 4. They need 41 runs to win. Northamptonshire needs 6 more wickets. And now it's Harry Conway to have a turn for a tactical drink/timeout.
Well, let us make use of this time by saying welcome to anyone who may be tuning into this stream having heard of a thrilling finish. Well, it's certainly that. But up until this moment, we've had 3.5 days of wonderful red ball cricket. Ash Thorpe just texting in to say he's got the stream on. Good day, Ash. And to 3,900 and however many of you are here to watch the end of this. It started off on day 1 with Ricardo Vasconcelos and Luke Proctor putting on 191 for the first wicket as Ricky Vasconcelos got to a career high score of 187. And it was very much Northants' game at that point until day 2 when Ben Stokes and Will Rhodes hit back with a partnership of 153 for their own before the man on your screen, Harry Conway, came back after tea and rattled through them. But then there was a late tail resurgence from Durham as they got the lead, or reduced the Northants lead to just around 40. And then a terrific bowling display this morning from Matt Potts means that Durham were chasing 296 to win. And they've got 41 left. Flicked away from Ackerman. But Calvin Harrison gets down and keeps it to a dot ball.
Yeah, you mentioned about Harry Conway's heroics in the late stage of day 2. He's back into the attack now, late stage day 4. And for Nathan McSweeney and for Northamptonshire, this is about damage control and slowing up the process of those 41 needed. Oh,
driven away, and the crack off the bat is phenomenal. But Sabe gets round to cover and keeps it to 2. And again, like every run has, and especially this one, which brings up the 150 partnership, it's a warm round of applause. And these two came in at 107 for 4 as Graham Clark fell for 2. And they have anchored this innings and from there pushed on, Ben.
They have indeed. It's been a tremendous effort from David Bedingham and Colin Ackerman as well.
Gus Miller being moved to a third man. A bit of extra bounce. Bedingham desperate to get to the other end. But Ackerman says no. What Durham don't need now is a run out. Running between the wickets been a real strength of this innings, and at times finding boundaries has been really difficult. The bowling from Northants very tight. Sanderson, Conway and Harrison forming a triple threat. But when they haven't been scoring boundaries, they've been really efficient between the wickets. Ooh, was there bat on it? Was it hip? Durham won't mind. It's off the bat of Colin Ackerman, signals umpire Treadwell. But either way, the bottom line is it's gone for 4. And that target now down into the 30s.
Yeah, there was a definite sound of Willow on that as it passed away. Vasconcelos has flung himself at it to his left-hand side. But it's agonisingly out of his reach. And like you say, Durham won't mind where the runs flow.
Cutting away is Ackerman. He'll just pick up a single to save Sabe. Again, a warm round of applause from this crowd who have been engrossed all day in what has been a thrilling day, starting in the first over at 11 o'clock when Matthew Potts took the wicket of George Bartlett. And that really set the tone. David Beddingham is at the striker's end, retaking his guard as he sits on 98, and what has been a terrific knock thus far. Conway, final delivery of his over. Beddingham tickles it away. Fine. And it's well stopped. Will he come back for two? Yes, he will. And David Beddingham brings up his 29th first-class century. It's his 20th for Durham. And in half an hour's time, when we look back at this game, will this be his most important? Absolutely imperious.
Yeah, what an innings. What a role that he's played when this game very well could have crumbled and collapsed around them. Those 2 wickets in clusters started to make their way through. Will Rhodes and then Graham Clark both being trapped on the pad by Harrison and Sanderson alike. David Beddingham has made his way in, got through a tricky mid-afternoon session, and then into the evening. He was the one that blinked first and fired the gun to start this chase down. And now just 32 more runs remain as the target. 7 more overs to find it. Ben Sanderson with a 74 over ball in hand. And it's going to be helped back once again. This time by Colin Ackerman. It's leg buys. But once again, Durham won't mind. It's 4 more away from the total and 28 now. The magic number.
And Ricardo Vasconcelos on his knee punches the turf and looks down. And maybe that is telling of the atmosphere around this whole Northants team. Maybe they feel, with 28 to win, that this may be slipping away from their grasp.
Big call of no off the bat of Ackerman, who's up to 46 now. We've got to mention, it's certainly worth mentioning, I think, at this point in time as well, George, to give credit to Victor Main and the ground staff for the way that this 4-day pitch has panned out.
Absolutely. It's been a good batting track throughout the game, but it has offered enough for the bowlers. Durham managing to take 20 wickets. And it's still playing true well into day 4. And when Durham won the toss at 10:30 on Friday and elected to bowl, it was a bit of a 50-50 decision. And when Northants were 191 for no loss, there they are, our wonderful ground staff. Victor Main, head of proceedings in the deck chair. When Northants were 191 for no loss, some were saying it looks like the wrong decision. Well, part of the reasoning behind it was they backed themselves to chase in the 4th innings.
It's belief that could still yet pay off at the moment. The required run rate under 4.5 and over now, with 28 more runs still to find. 2 balls left in this Ben Sanderson over, his 24th of the innings. Figures of 1 for 56 so far. Slower ball pushed back through point. Ackerman through in a hurry. And will make it more than safely as well.
Very warmly received by the crowd. Very good running. And it remains, with 26 runs to win, enthralling.
And it puts Ackerman to 48 as well. 2 runs away from his first half century of the campaign. Half a cry of catch as that pops up. There's going to be a quick single taken through as well. Ben Sanderson is in a seated, now lying position, gazing at the gloomy heavens up above and thinking, what on earth do I and my teammates have to do to halt this advance? That's the end of the over. 6 more left to play. 25 the number for Durham. And Northamptonshire still not out of the realm of possibility that they could pick up 6 wickets and rattle through the lower middle order. But it would take some doing against this impervious and imperious partnership of Bedingham and Ackerman.
And I mentioned Durham taking 20 wickets. They deserve extra credit because they picked their side with 4 seamers. However, one of those was Ben Stokes, who was taken out not just of the attack but out of the game by the ECB and replaced here by Colin Ackerman, who's on strike on 49. However, Ackerman could not bowl. He was not able to bowl. So the 25 overs that Stokes bowled in the first innings had to be made up elsewhere. So extra credit has to go to the Durham bowling lineup. Ackerman jogs through for a single, which brings up a magnificent half century, especially considering the context. He was drafted in on Sunday morning without a minute's notice, and he may well have gone some way into securing the victory for Durham, although I mustn't speak too soon. Still 24 to tick off. Down the ground goes Bedingham. As you said, Ben, his first class half century of the season in his second match.
It's been unbelievable performance, and even just the celebration from Ackerman there.
Bedingham takes a step away, goes over the offside. I'm not sure if he's got all of it, but he's got enough of it. Gus Miller can't cut it off. And it's Colin Ackerman, my apologies, who hits 50 and now maybe starts to accelerate. 19 to win. We're in the teens. Now sweeping Ackerman. And there's a bit of spin to watch out for. James Sales. But he does well to readjust.
Slightly airborne, I think, as well there from Sales. There was half a cry of catch at the very least. Thinking maybe dislodge Ackerman and potentially either bring out Ollie Robinson or throw the whole batting card away and bring out someone like Ben Rain just to have a crack.
Full toss is heaved towards Cal Corner. Again, not quite the connection he was after, but a connection enough. It's 4 runs. This time it is for David Bedingham. He moves on to 105. Durham move on to 282. And that target comes down to 14.
Yeah, the return of Calvin Harrison after just 1 over from Harry Conway going for 9 has not worked out. So far, this has gone for 11 already with 1 more ball.
And it's miscued from Bedingham. It's a toe end. It's a snooker shot down to mid-on, and it's the end of the over. And, well, my compassionate side says it's hardly a time to be brought back into the attack with 30 to win and a batting partnership which has been going on for hours.
Yeah, 175 this partnership for the 5th wicket between Bedingham and Ackerman, as the latter gets his curtain call for his first half century of the season. Now continuing with Sanderson here. 14 left to find the required run rate for, well, the first time since the early portions of this Durham innings, under. Oh, and it's a swing and a miss. Quick work from Vasconcelos with the gloves. Maybe didn't quite have full possession of the ball when the bails did come off. But either way, Vasconcelos still showing his alert. Trying to catch Ackerman if that back foot does potentially just drag forward or lift. Still getting a little bit of tail in. Here is Sanderson. If anything, it's just continuing to add to the drama. Bring it all the way down to the final over. Nathan McSweeney standing at mid-on. It's been such a difficult challenge for him to step into that interim captain's mantle.
Oh,
Over the top, over towards us in the commentary box, and all the way right in front of us. Colin Ackerman getting in on the long ball party. That goes for 6. And the deficit is now single digits. It's 8 to win.
phenomenal ball striking from the Dutch international. Big stride down the wicket and over the top. And for Durham now, it's within touching distance.
The required run rate is 1.8. Durham are tracking at just under 4. And there's 4.3 overs left to go. And it's conservative from Ackerman. The dab down to mid-wicket. As previously mentioned, attention for the men after this game will turn back into the shortest form of the game, the T20 Blast. It will be the 28th of June where we'll take the trip down to London against Middlesex. Oh, that beats the bat. And again, Vasconcelos quick away with the bails. Will give us a little bit of extra time as Vasconcelos readjusts the bails for this last ball of the over. And as Sanderson strides his way back up to his mark, I'll quickly ask you, George, might give you a little bit of time as well between the changeover of overs for your player of the match. It's a call of yes as it gets through at cover. So it's 7 off the over. Ackerman will retain the strike. It's 7 to win with 4 overs left to play.
I remember saying on day 2 that somebody's got to do something very, very special for Ricardo Vasconcelos not to win man of the match. A career high score of 187. And a few catches behind the sticks as well. But we're seeing something very special unfolding in front of us now. So that's my non-committal answer to give me a bit more time to think. Sweeping is Ackerman. Sweeping hard. But straight to James Sales. 6 to win. One fell swoop of the willow will do it from Beddingham's bat. As he retakes his guard on middle stump. Just there, mate, that big crater. That'll be it. Calvin Harrison round the wicket. Beddingham rocks back and turns it away. Into the leg side, takes a single and brings Colin Ackerman back on strike. Still, with only 5 to win, so much tension around the ground. Ackerman sweeps again. It's a carbon copy straight to James Sales. Another ripple of applause. It's 4 to win.
Every single run going to be applauded here. Almost a guard of honour at this point for Durham.
Beddingham down the ground, a slight leading edge. And it's one more. Ticking these off agonisingly one by one. 2 deliveries to go off the over. 3 runs to win. It's Colin Ackerman on strike. Sweeps again. This time slightly finer, but still just a single. And another ripple of applause. It's agonising. 5 singles in a row. How costly is that no ball now from Calvin Harrison? David Beddingham on 85 when he was dropped. Or rather, a no ball, my apologies. And he blocks it. No, they steal a single. And the scores are level. And Durham can't lose.
Wow. What an over there. Just taking it slowly and steadily. I would say not taking any risks, but that last run through, maybe a slight risk at running a batting partner out. And it's going to give the chance for David Bedingham to potentially close this game out. Nathan McSweeney, as the interim captain, is going to take the guard and be the one to carry the mantle. David Bedingham will be the man that will carry a lot of the plaudits for Durham with the bat. But for me, I think this might be my player of the match call, would be Colin Ackerman for his role. Batted away, not through the legs of short mid-wicket. But you could award it to about 5 different players, in fairness. It's been such a great game. And it will finish. A push down to mid-on off the bat of David Bedingham, who will raise it high. 109 not out. Ackerman 65. And Durham win a thriller at the Banks Homes Riverside by 6 wickets. They will retain their lead at the top of the Rothesay County Championship second division, and maybe, just maybe, is that one hand on the Division 2 trophy.
What a phenomenal game of cricket. All 4 days, from 11 a.m. on Friday through to 10 to 6 on Monday. Set every single session gripping, and it has swung from side to side, day to day, session to session, over to over at times. At times we thought Northants were on top unassailably, and at times it looked like it was Durham's to win. And at times we thought it might be drifting towards a draw. It's had the best of everything. What a special, special performance from David Bedingham. 109 not out. It's his second red ink century in a chase here at Chestnut Street this season. It's just phenomenal viewing.
And listen to the sounds. David Bedingham and Colin Ackerman will walk off heroes for Durham. And we thank you all for being a part of it. We hope that you've enjoyed tuning in across all 4 days. If you've been with us the whole weekend, for just today for the conclusion. And we hope that you stick with us as well for the remainder of the season, wherever this goes. For myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, for George Gompertz, for Ash Thorpe, who joined us this weekend, for all the guys from the media company and production, and from Durham Cricket, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time.